A budget of $20 billion. Are you planning to build an aircraft carrier? Xia Xiyu rubbed her temples and said with a slight headache. $20 billion was worth 130 billion renminbi. Although Future Group had a lot of money, this was not the way to spend it. And based on what Jiang Chen said, this was the price tag just for the first phase of the project. Why do you relate everything to an aircraft carrier? Even the Nimitz class cost only $4 billion, Jiang Chen sighed and jokingly said. Xia Xiyu's eyebrows jumped. She took a deep breath and calmed her agitated emotions before asking. A budget of 5 aircraft carriers, can I ask what you are going to do with it? Of course, since it is nothing worth keeping a secret about, Jiang Chen paused, I plan to build a city. A city? Xia Xiyu was dumbfounded, unable to respond to what Jiang Chen was saying. What kind of city would need this much steel, aluminum, and polyethylene? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded with seriousness. Xia Xiyu gazed into his eyes before finally letting out a sigh. Fine, I will go arrange it after and speak with the finance department. I'll have the document ready for you before the end of the day at the latest, you can give it to me after you sign it. Jiang Chen was shocked how easily she agreed. Xia Xiyu saw the shock in his eyes. She lips made a small curvature, but the serious expression didn't change at all. But as the CEO, I still have to remind you. Future tourism has a great profitability margin right now, but even under the most ideal scenario, it would take 5 years to recover $10 billion in investment. I know. Jiang Chen nodded, but this project is pure tourism, its purpose is not only reflected on the profitability of the income statement. It may seem abstract the way I'm describing it, but once I hand you the project plan and visualization, you should understand my idea. You're the boss, you don't need to explain to me. Xia Xiyu pushed up her glasses with her finger with a smile. Also, I trust you. Because you can always create miracles, the latter half of the sentence was hidden inside her heart. Let's not talk about this. I think you should find an assistant soon. Aren't you my assistant? Jiang Chen said with a grin. Xia Xiyu gave him a hard stare, coughed, and calmed down, let's not make jokes here, be serious. Jiang Chen sat up straight waiting for her to continue. With the current expansion speed, my work in decision-making will increase, and I will no longer have as much free time as before. Such as document organization, discussing the decisions, and pouring coffee, it is better to leave it to the professional. Xia Xiyu then added. It is more efficient this way. Thank you. Jiang Chen said sternly. The shadows of her bang hid the faint hue on her face. Xia Xiyu stared at the documents around her arm and whispered, it's okay. You have a conscience after all. After a short silence, Xia Xiyu placed the documents she had been holding on to on Jiang Chen's table. I have a few resumes on the table. These talents have impeccable education and ability, and there are people from Harvard, Imperial College. They are extremely interested in working for you. You can see which one you like, and I can arrange the interview for you. Okay, thank you very much. Jiang Chen picked up the documents and started flipping through them. It felt the servant was picking out the concubine for the emperor. Jiang Chen shook his head, dispersed the inappropriate ideas from his mind, and started to examine each resume carefully. Wang Xiao, male, 37, Tsinghua University Human Resources Masters, worked as a human resources manager at Huawei before. Just like Xia Xiyu said, these talents were impeccable in both academics and abilities. But after reading through them, he realized something was off. It took him a while before he realized what was wrong. The resumes were all males. The idea that the person pouring him coffee and tending to him would be a guy made Jiang Chen feel unpleasant. Ability was one thing, but at least give him some passion to work. Although he understood Xia Xiyu's intention behind this, he was still hurt by this. Where did the trust go? Am I that kind of person? Even if it is a female assistant, even if she looked pleasing to the eyes, I wouldn't do anything okay, perhaps. Jiang Chen realized himself that his ability to reject temptation has been poor. And Xia Xiyu, who realized his point, did nothing wrong to cut off the temptation. Since she is the CEO of the group, it was reasonable for her to moderately control the desire of the president for the sake of the group's expansion. Jiang Chen stuffed the resumes in his drawer, called the Human Resources Department, and asked them to send a few more resumes. He could not accept a man wandering around in his office all day. Assistant selection aside, compared to the irrelevant small stories, Jiang Chen had other urgent matters to take care of. Just like what he told Xia Xiyu, he planned to build a city. Not on the ground, but the ocean. Followed by the economic development of Xian, a large number of foreign workers and tourists flooded Xian, the not large Panu Islands instantly became crowded. The previously spacious residential land started to experience shortages. Although it wasn't to the point where the original residents could no longer afford housing, it inevitably increased their cost of living and the requirement to immigrate. Even if Xian possessed the economic conditions for population increase, on the islands not so big in the first place, how many people could you stuff on there? Xian had a massive territory, not on land, but on the sea. Next to the vast West Pacific Ocean, there was no territorial dispute for Xian. With such a God-given geographical advantage, it would be a waste of heaven sent if not utilized. Future Group and Celestial Trade's next strategic focus was to expand to the ocean. It was the prequel to the space era. Koro Island, near Future Building, located on the northeast corner of the island, was a high-tech park. The place represented the origin of the most advanced technology of Xian. It was also the area on the entire Koro Island with the highest security. The gates and walls were guarded with soldiers wearing kinetic skeletons supported by the patrol of hummingbird drones. The gates were scanned in not by ID cards, but rather retina recognition. The security level there was only second to Jiang Chen's mansion located at the north end of the land, slightly higher than the presidential palace of Xian. But even with the high security, you won't feel the suppression of a high-security zone walking inside the high-tech park. Other than the patrol teams outside the wall, the hummingbird drones were usually hidden inside the drone hives, waiting for an order. Only when the alarm is triggered would they fly to the alarm source. The people who listen would lay flat on the ground, the people who don't listen would be dropped by rubber bullets, the people with weapons would be made into sieves. Inside the high-tech park, there was no military zone or restricted zone. But rather some areas, people were unpermitted to enter without the right permission. For example, the nanomaterial lab 200 meters out of the Future Building. The egg-shaped building was built 2 months ago and in service just last week. The primary research project was nanomaterial with graphene as the central component. The permission level there was only second to the CEO office of Future Group subsidiaries. Other than the scientists that worked there was only a handful of people in the Future Group permitted to enter. The lab cost $140 million. The lab was currently the one that burned the most money in Future Group. Although it was burning through cash, compared to the other nanomaterial labs around the world, the $140 million was very cost-friendly. Some of the equipment cost millions with a ridiculous maintenance fee. And the reason why Future Group's lab saved money was that of the industrial 3D printer Jiang Chen brought back so that most of the high-precision equipment could be manufactured by themselves. As well as the graphene composite cutting bed he brought from Zhaochenwu a long time ago, along with the resources related to the applications of graphene that all provided substantial help to the lab. The scientists here may not be comparable with the most leading experts around the world, but the technology they knew of was the most advanced in the 21st century. They were standing on the shoulders of Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen arrived at the lab director in a white lab coat was standing with other employees beside a humongous equipment and nervously conducting an experiment on nanomaterial. Some people were adjusting the equipment, some were recording data, some were making observations, a total of 11 scientists, none were extraneous. The director of the lab's name was Lu Yuan, male, 47, previously an academician at Central Research Institute's physics department. The man had black hair, and the straightened body looked sharp without any signs of aging. He looked like he was 30-something. It was not easy to hire him to be the director. The researchers in Hua had mediocre income, but at the academician level, especially in material science where it is connected to national defense, the benefits are not low at all. Based on what Lu Yuan said, including benefits, it was around 2 million a year. But Jiang Chen offered a salary of 10 million a year. Facts proved over and over again, as long as the hoe hit the right spot, a wall will always collapse. 1. But what really attracted the old professor to bring his most outstanding students to come to Xian was Jiang Chen's promise of non-bureaucratic and free research environment and most advanced research equipment, as well as the most tempting technical information from Future Group. Of course, a confidentiality agreement was necessary. Since he was in Xian, Jiang Chen naturally won't let him go easily. Jiang Chen quietly stood in the hallway outside of the lab and looked at the scientists working on the equipment. It was not until the experiment was over did he finally walk inside. How are the results? Very ideal. Lu Yuan patted the experiment data in his arm and exclaimed, I finally understand how fearsome Future Group's research ability is. Could I interpret this as you're complimenting yourself? Jiang Chen said in a joking tone. Aren't you a part of Future Group's research ability? Lu Yuan laughed and passed the data to his assistant, told him to summarize the data, and then looked back at Jiang Chen. To be honest, I feel pity. Pity? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Lu Yuan nodded and sighed lightly. Throw away the hypes, we successfully produced the first 15-inch single-layer graphene in Hua by chemical vapor deposition and successfully fabricated a 7-inch graphene touchscreen. But a high-strength graphene cable like this, I never thought I could see this in my lifetime. With this, the space elevator in novels and movies could become a reality. Inside the apparatus, inside the middle of the lab, a hair-thin graphene strand was connected between two metal poles, and the strand of hair was the subject of the experiment. Just then, they tested the graphene's durability to withstand different gas pressures and gas compositions. The results were extremely pleasing. Space elevator is our next strategic focus. I can tell you this now. Jiang Chen smiled. If Central Research Institute has a lab like this, even without the resources, give us at most 10 years and this strand of hair will be born in Hua. Lu Yuan exclaimed before he shook his head. There was no purpose to say this. The price he had to pay to enter this lab was a confidentiality agreement with Future Group, and it did not permit him to leave Xian within 10 years. Jiang Chen only scoffed at Lu Yuan's exclaim. Obviously, half of the equipment came from the mid-22nd century, the most critical resources are all technologies from the 22nd century. Of course, Jiang Chen could only think in his mind without blurting it out. His explanation for the technical resources was acquired from commercial methods without providing a more specific explanation. Therefore, what's there to feel pity about? Jiang Chen smiled. Pity that it is Future Group that conquered this problem, not Central Research Institute. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Chen while slowing stating it. To be honest, the institute discussed you before. But no one thought that other than artificial intelligence and virtual reality, you would have so much more to offer. Jiang Chen laughed without commenting on this question. Then he asked rhetorically, then do you think without such a broad stage, Future Group would be Future Group? Lu Yuan heard the question and finally couldn't hold in the question that bothered him for so long, are you not willing to contribute to your home country? Of course I'm willing. Jiang Chen said frankly, but before Lu Yuan was able to continue, his words took a sharp turn and erased the unrealistic thought out of Lu Yuan's head, I won't preach everything I know. 1. There is no man you can't headhunt as long as you're willing to pay the price. In Jiang Chen's Ocean Expansion Strategic Plan and Space Elevator Plan, the research of nanomaterial, graphene was fundamental and core. Most people know that graphite is one of the softest substances in nature. What most people don't know, however, is that its so-called softness is just its macro phenomenon. For example, the hexagonal grids stacked on top of the other, the graphite interlayer structure is maintained by the least reliable van der Waals forces, so that the layers and layers are relatively slippery under the action of external force, thereby giving a soft illusion. But in the direction perpendicular to the plane, graphite is amazingly durable. According to the latest research results, it shows that graphene per 100 nanometers distance can withstand a maximum pressure that reaches 2.9 micronewton. In other words, it will take 55 newton of force to break 1 meter long graphene. Intuitively, graphene with the same thickness of food plastic bag will need to exert a pressure of almost 20,000 newton before losing its integrity. In other words, if the plastic bag is made out of graphene, it will be able to withstand about 2 tons of weight. Here only its strength is discussed, its conductivity, light transmission, lightweight and antibactericidal nature are all superb. All of this is also precisely why graphene is one of the most important research topics in the world. From space elevators to supercomputers, screens of the next generation photonic sensors to mobile phones of the second generation, this new source of material, which is cumbersome to produce, has garnered worldwide acclaim since the turn of the century. Graphene material is the future. Jiang Chen's Future Group was leading the world in this aspect. Although it was not revealed to the public, Future Group has been using graphene material in many of its products. For example, the K1 kinetic skeleton celestial trade is currently using, from the chip to the removable bulletproof guard, graphene could be seen everywhere. The Phantom helmet was also another example along with the electromagnetic acceleration track in the deep water mining facility, they were all made with graphene material. Application was only one aspect. These products were all designed in the apocalypse and not indicative that Future Group really mastered the technology. To digest the technology from the other dimension and apply the technology to more broad applications, Jiang Chen invested and established the Graphene Lab and bought the group of scientists with achievement in the research of graphene to digest the superior technology. Lu Yuan didn't disappoint him either. Jiang Chen took the strand of hair back to Fallout Shelter 027. After the testing done by the scientists at the shelter, it reached the quality needed to build the space elevator. It meant that in the field of material science, Future Group's technology led the world by at least 20 years. A stream of cargoes sailed from New Guinea to Ange Island, anyone could have guessed Future Group had big plans. UA was the most sensitive about this since the two parties recently were in an escalated tension on the topic of MLL Island. But what the CIB agent on Ange Island didn't know was, after XIN further refined the crudely refined steel products, they transported them back to the port again and then hauled them to a region 200 kilometers out, then ended up dumping the refined steel products into the ocean. Dumped into the ocean? Not only were the CIB agents confused, but even the UA soldiers playing video games on the aircraft carrier were equally as confused. The capital immediately ordered them to closely monitor Future Group's move. Therefore, they sent the unmanned multi-purpose MQ reconnaissance drone stationed on the aircraft. They were fortunate that they sent an unmanned drone. The unlucky bird lost communication not long after it flew into XIN's territory. The aircraft carrier thought it was celestial trade that shot it down and reported the information to the Rainbow Mansion. The capital was furious and immediately called Jiang Chen. They finally learned that even Zhang Yaping couldn't give them a response. But Jiang Chen's reaction was innocent and stated that he didn't know any drones that entered XIN's airfield. He then retorted the capital, when was it okay to be this straightforward about going into someone's house without permission? The capital felt awkward, but acting shamelessly was key for all politicians around the world. The newly elected president is no less shameless compared to her predecessor. After she forced some explanation, she requested celestial trade to permit the aircraft carrier sending out unarmed recovery boat to recover the drone in the region. Jiang Chen didn't reject but did agree on a time limit with the capital. If the drone could not be recovered within 72 hours, the recovery boat must leave Xian's region. After the capital accepted Jiang Chen's proposal, the aircraft carrier immediately sent out a recovery boat. But after 72 hours, the boat recovered nothing and could only leave Xian's territory under the supervision of celestial trade. Of course they couldn't find anything. When the unmanned drone entered Xian's territory, Droplet 1 set sail from the port of Coconut Island. At the same time, Aurora 20 departed from New Moon Island. When it arrived above the drone, it launched an air-to-air EMP missile to the area. The drone was just like a fly that smashed into the spider web. The electronic equipment instantly malfunctioned and dove into the sea. At the same time, Droplet 1 waiting underneath extended its mechanical arm and dragged the wreckage of the drone into the net before returning to Coconut Island. The capital and aircraft carrier didn't think Celestial Trade's action would be so swift, which made the captain of the aircraft carrier even question himself. Could it have just encountered bad weather? But what if it was not bad weather, but it was actually taken down by Celestial Trade's anti-air missile without any signs? Captain Hoffman shivered at the thought, but he quickly shook the unrealistic thought out of his head. It was not difficult to shoot down the drone since it was not advanced technology, but it was impossible to do so without being detected by the aircraft drone. Within the 100 nautical miles, any anti-air missiles ascending to the drone's attitude will be captured by the radar of the aircraft carrier. But what Hoffman didn't know was that their radar's detection ability was a joke compared to Aurora 20's invisibility. It was not UA that kept an eye on Celestial Trade, the small neighbor Malaysia also closely monitored the situation. Different from UA, Malaysia was not focusing on military advancement, but economic changes. Regardless of how many white papers the UA published alerting people of Celestial Trade's danger to regional stability, the countries clearly didn't take this warning seriously. In the eyes of surrounding countries, Celestial Trade and Future Group were marvelous. Why? There is a perfect example in New Guinea's port. At the end of 2016, the port was just a poor shanty town. Other than an uneconomical airport and a highway halfway built, the entire city's economy was dead on the ground and supported by tourism and small amounts of lumber and/or export. Malaysia's Papua province and port were only separated by a straight border, occupying the west side of Papua. This straight borderline simply separated the entire island of Papua into two worlds, one on one side and the other on the other side. The city of Jayapura always complained that the poor from New Guinea was stealing their jobs, dirtying their cities and drinking their water, yet this condescending sense of superiority gradually vanished by the arrival of Future Group. The Malaysians shockingly discovered that port was growing at a visible speed. In just a period of 4 short months, the size of the city expanded by a fold. The almost deserted airport had 5 additional arrivals and departures. The packed port had to expand to 7 berths to accommodate for the incoming cargoes. When the conditions permitted, compared to working in the neighboring country, New Guineans favored working in their country more. With the economy supported by mega steel plants, it dragged up the local economy and brought along a series of other industries. Also similarly, in February, the public Lure Automotive Corporation passed a decision from the board to invest $200 million to establish an electric vehicle plant in the region to officially enter the Asia market. Future Biology also moved the seaweed farm to the port to provide raw ingredients for the nutrient supply production line on Ange Land. The parts plant for the housework robot was also placed near the port. Due to the shortage of population and land, Future Group started executing the strategy of shifting the high labor-intensive industry to developing countries at the beginning of 2017. And New Guinea, with a weak government presence, vulnerable national defense, excessive labor, and resources, fortunately, became Jiang Chen's target. Without restriction from policies, Future Group was a hungry capital beast and took a giant bite off of New Guinea's catch. 30% of the residents of port worked for Jiang Chen directly, and 50% of the population there either were supported directly or indirectly by Future Group. What's more shocking, Future Group did everything in 4 short months. To the massive conglomerate, even if the New Guinea government retained a cautious attitude, the local government won't easily upset Jiang Chen because of the political order from the central authority. Jiang Chen's sentence alone could make 50% of the population of the city lose their source of income. Without Future Group and celestial trade, how chaotic would the city be? To some extent, Future Group was like an addictive drug to the local government. The officials with foresight obviously know that it would be detrimental if this continued, but even if they know, they could not break off the drug. Officials in any country must require achievements to be promoted, and Jiang Chen happened to control what they needed the most. The New Guinea government did consider breaking up Future Group's assets through antitrust investigation. But just as the parliament started discussing this problem, protesters consisting of the original residents of the port with signs immediately appeared to protest about racism and unfair tax treatment and fought for independence. New Guinea was scared. They were not afraid of the protesters, but afraid that Papua would become the second MLL island. Celestial trade dared to set an example of another country provoked them. And they did it in front of UA's face without holding anything back. No one mentioned the antitrust investigation anymore. After a period of protesting, the protesters also lost interest and returned back to work at the steel plants. Of course, it was just a story that happened in between. Future Group provided hundreds of millions of USD in tax revenue for the local government. Just for the sake of foreign currency, the local government didn't dare to offend Future Group. Or the protesters won't be able to return to the plants and work peacefully. Usually, they would have to be at least thrown in a detention center for at least a few days. It was because of this foreign currency that the neighboring Malaysia became jealous. They were not afraid of Future Group throwing a coup that overthrows their government since their force was not comparable to Country F's third-hand product. Their air force was equipped with Russia's MiG-28N and America's F-18 Hornet. Although they were not seeking for war, their air force was only comparable by Singapore in the region. Malaysia's finance minister and energy minister visited Coral Island 2 times to meet with Zhang Yaping and Jiang Chen while providing positive signals to Future Group. We have a workforce, resources, and the most important basic infrastructure to support it all. Everything New Guinea has, the Papua province on Papua Island has it, and we have more of it than them. With how direct his message is, he practically said, "Come invest here." But Jiang Chen didn't respond directly to the 2 ministers' warm invitation. He only vaguely stated if Celestial Trade and Future Group required expansion in business, they would consider the resource-rich Malaysia as a partner. But after all the polite talk was done, Future Group did not react at all. The tensest was the local government of Papua province, seeing that the poor country beside them was rising. While people in Jayapura hated New Guinea's poor for working in their cities when they can all go back to their hometown to work, however, when the restaurants and McDonald's throughout the city could not see a single New Guinean server, the citizens of Jayapura started to feel anxious. The sudden shortage in labor force caused a visible drop in the quality of life of Jayapura people, and the booming economy started to slow down. With the extra labor force missing, would there be no unemployment rate in the city? It was obviously not the case. While they lost their extra labor force, Jayapura lost the extra consumers. The drop in store sales and slowdown in company performance naturally led to a reduction in workforce. The more prosperous the city, the more it depended on the connections it had with the outside world. As to the influence of port and the effect on the capital of Papua province Jayapura, it would be an indirect comparison to the rise of Shenzhen and the fall of Hong Kong, not to be discussed further here. Finally, Malaysia, who couldn't sit around any longer, sent delegation again. With the foreign capitals continuing to flee, if they could attract investment from the neighboring Future Group, it was a tempting choice for Malaysia looking to revitalize the economy. With Future Group's speed of expansion, there was no one that even remotely matched them. In order to hop on the rocket rapidly accelerating, Malaysia sent out a delegation for the 3rd time. This time it was a parliament member with a renowned reputation and also was acting as the economic development consultant of Papua province. While his rank may not be higher compared to the previous times, the visitor possessed a background from both the Malaysian government and the local government. That meant, he brought enough chips with him to the table. Also, his name is Uvida, a Han. Han faces are no uncommon in Malaysia, but definitely as rare as the giant in Malaysian politics. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jiang Chen, I have long heard your name. When they met, Uvida in a suit sincerely extended his hand and greeted Jiang Chen. After some small talk, Jiang Chen invited the parliament member to sit down. The concierge staff poured tea for them. Following the basic procedure of foreign delegation, he already shook hands at the presidential place with the president of XIN, but in front of Jiang Chen, his attitude and actions seemed reserved. Clearly, he did his homework before he came and knew that the person in front of him was the actual owner of XIN. I trust that Mr. Jiang Chen already knows the purpose of my trip. The last time, our ministers already expressed our welcome to your investment in Malaysia. Uvida paused and looked at Jiang Chen. Then lowering his eyes, he said sincerely, "What's your party's consideration?" "To be honest, I'm still considering." Jiang Chen took a sip of the water, smiled, and said in an unrushed tone. Uvida was not defeated by the response and started to joke with Jiang Chen. The old saying is that, visiting the straw hut 3 times show one's sincerity. A reference to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei. Now that we have already been here 3 times, Mr. Jiang won't let us leave empty-handed, right? That might not be the case. Future Group's operation in New Guinea is fine. The local government and the central government both are extra protective of their assets. The port government was recently discussing if they will permit Celestial Trade's Marine Corps to establish an employment hiring base. If permitted, Celestial Trade will be able to acquire sufficient soldiers in New Guinea. The desire to immigrate to XIN will motivate a lot of New Guineans to apply. Since this is the only way for the islanders without a high education background to immigrate to Koro Island with a higher and higher barrier to enlist. Jiang Chen looked at Uvida dubiously. "Looks like Mr. Yu knows the Hua culture very well." "Of course, my ancestor is a Han merchant and settled in Kuala Lumpur during the Republic era before moving to Papua province." Uvida explained. "Then you should know that Liu Bei promised Zhuge Liang to be the state secretary." Jiang Chen paused, leaned slightly forward, and smiled at him. "Then, what can you give me?" "Mr. Jiang, not everything has to be based on gains." Uvida opened his hands. "At the very least I'm representing a country. We invited you 3 times, even for Apple, we weren't this sincere." "What was the GDP of Malaysia last year?" $312.7 billion, Uvida answered quickly. Future Group's market cap is 500 billion, and this is a conservative estimate from Wall Street. If Jiang Chen gave an estimate, the number would have to at least double. This way of saying it is too out. Uvida adjusted the diction in his mind before he forced a smile. "This is without reason." "It's not about having a reason or not." Jiang Chen waved his hand in disagreement, sat up straight, and looked at the Malaysia parliament member in front of him. "I'm a businessman, my decision to invest is based on what you can provide me. We have the 3rd largest labor market in the world with a strong economic foundation. At present, ASEAN is the 3rd power in Asia, and Malaysia is undoubtedly the leader in ASEAN. If you can come to invest here, we are willing to provide you with a series of benefits such as loans, land, recruitment and so on. But your labor cost is higher than them." Jiang Chen smiled. "Take the steel plant for example, including overtime, the workers at New Guinea only needs to be paid $750 per month, but your basic wage without overtime will be more than $800. It is unfair to purely discuss cost. Our country's education level is higher than them," Uvida explained. But Jiang Chen was clearly not having any of this. "Do you need higher education to learn how to operate a boiler? You just need to know how to read." Jiang Chen then continued, "Especially since we'll be sending technical experts to be stationed in each steel plants. As long as we have good production procedures, even if the workers have a low education level, our group can still accept this. Uvida gritted his teeth. He knew that if he didn't bring out any attractive proposal, this negotiation would be without fruition. Although before he came, the parliament and local government already gave them their bottom lines, but bringing out the chips this early was not helpful in haggling the price. 1 year, tax-free. New Guinea gave us 3 years. Then we'll do 3 years. Uvida thought about the ore agreement with BHP, he continued, also, limited to just the ports of Papua province, will exclude the income tariff on iron, aluminum, nickel, and copper, as long as the total investment in Malaysia exceeds $2 billion. Jiang Chen was moved. They eliminated the import tariff. In this case, it would save Future Group at least $200 million in expenses. Currently, Future Group's massive expansion projects did put a strain on its cash flow. If he could save this expense, he could distribute the budget to the projects burning more money. But just the elimination of the ore import tariff was not enough to convince Jiang Chen, unless they could add more benefits. You almost convinced me. Can I know where I'm lacking? Seeing how big Jiang Chen's appetite was, Uvida was growing more displeased. He already offered all the benefits he could on the table. If Future Group is still raising the price without agreeing, he didn't plan to discuss further. I admit that your offer is generous and attractive, but, Jiang Chen suddenly took a sharp turn in the conversation. We already invested $1.7 billion in New Guinea with a $5 billion investment project coming up. If we give up $2 billion of initial investment because of a $200 million policy benefit, if you are in my spot, is this clearly a less appealing choice? $5 billion more. Uvida held his breath. He didn't notice the second half of Jiang Chen's sentence because all his focus was caught by the number. What do you want? Everything before that and one more, a special pass. Jiang Chen raised one finger. All the trucks and employees of Future Group can freely move between Malaysia's Papua province border and New Guinea. All documents and tariffs must be, this is impossible. Uvida shouted out. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not only did it pertain to tariffs, but it was also related to national security. Even if Future Group bears enough weight, the parliament would not agree to such a ridiculous term. Jiang Chen didn't care that much, he extended his hand with a smile. If possible, cheers to our cooperation. The truth proved that nothing is impossible. It was fine to have no taxes, and it was fine to remove tariffs for some goods, but the latter exception made the Malaysian government troubled. While both New Guinea and Papua province were both on Papua Island and the two countries were connected by a highway, any goods transported through this highway required tariffs to be paid. Especially when it came to mining resources, Papua was rich in resources throughout the island. The Papua provincial government didn't want to see New Guinea's ores flooding into Malaysia to steal their own market share. But if Future Group was granted a special pass, that meant the border was non-existent to them. But the $5 billion investment made it hard for the Malaysian government to give up. Malaysia received a total investment of 174.9 billion ringgit in 2016, a drop from 186.7 billion in 2015 by 6%. Although the decrease had slowed down compared to the terrifying 21% cliff dive, overall, the Malaysian economic situation was optimistic. Future Group's $5 billion couldn't be underestimated. Based on the investment performance of Future Group at the port, $1 of investment attracted at least $1.70 in international capital. Even compared with the wealthy Wall Street across the world, Future Group was considered a generous investor. A lot of investors even closely monitored Future Group's activity and invested wherever Future Group invested. The trend of following Future Group was best demonstrated in XIN. Future Group's $10 billion investments there drew in at least $13 billion of follow-up investments. Because of the international capital flooding in, it made Coral Island a rising pearl in the West Pacific. Uvida brought Jiang Chen's words back to Malaysia. 1 week later, the Malaysian government sent Jiang Chen a reply. There was only a short sentence in the letter. Cheers to our cooperation. The Malaysian government executed the document with the cooperation of the local Papua provincial government to designate the 180 square kilometer area on the northeastern border of Papua province as the new Malaysia Special District. Combined with the 40 square kilometers of land negotiated with the New Guinea government, Celestial Trade owned land on Papua Island the size of 3 Xiangjiangs. The land was located at the border of the two countries. After the establishment of the special zone, Celestial Trade and Future Group's employees and vehicles could freely move between the special district and New Guinea. But entering the other area of Papua province from the special zone would still require custom inspections and tariff charges. It was the equivalent of the Malaysian government moving out the inspection station on the border by 10-something kilometers. Establishing an industrial zone on the border was similar to the UK industrial zone, but differences also existed. In terms of taxes, the two governments' tax revenue was split 8:2. In terms of management and administration, Malaysian officials managed the special district. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased with their compromise, and he was also shockingly surprised. Malaysia had high hopes regarding Future Group's prospects and was willing to establish a special zone to attract Jiang Chen's investment. Just as Uvida said, the education levels of the indigenous people of New Guinea were too low. The production efficiency of the workers was, in fact, related to their education levels. It might not be reflected in the boilers of the steel plant, but it could be seen in other plants. Take, for example, the parts required to construct a housework robot. To polish a part of the robot, a worker with an elementary education would require 1 month of training with an average polishing speed of 31 parts per day, but a worker with a high school education would only require 10 days of training with an average polishing speed of 47 parts per day. A lot of Han and Vietnam descendants who entered New Guinea through Papua province had production efficiencies that were levels above the indigenous people of New Guinea. After the approval of the special zone document, Future Group negotiated with the special district government and acquired ownership rights of all 15 square kilometers of land at a symbolic price of $1 per square meters. Immediately, Jiang Chen spent $1.2 billion and hired 5 construction companies to simultaneously start on the construction of roads, residences and other basic infrastructure as well as steel plants, robot part plants and chemical plants for manufacturing Mix-1 batteries to connect the plants built at the west end of the port. The completion of the industrial zone would create 117,000 job positions in Papua province. The capital. The atmosphere in the conference room was low-spirited. The think tanks of the capital sat around the table and exchanged opinions regarding the document in front of them. Their faces displayed shock, disbelief, and mostly concern. Hill sat at the end of the table. The aggressive old woman won the race against her opponent, but since her inauguration, she had never been tested by an incident this scale. A middle-aged man walked into the room. All the eyes in the conference room were directed at him, including Hill who sat at the end. Naomi Martin didn't waste any words and put the document on the table. The results of the autopsy report have come out. The result of death was heart failure, it's suspected he was killed. The conference room became rattled. Gordon, the F-35 pilot, was found not on MLL Island, but in Singapore 2,000 kilometers away. When CIB agents found him through all the clues, he had been dead for half a month. Why would the F-35 fighter pilot suddenly leave the combat zone and strike City K? Why did he not attempt to contact the command center after he parachuted and appeared in Singapore 2,000 kilometers away? Too many questions were brought into his grave. But CIB was indeed the hound of UA. When they were conducting a search of the pilot's apartment, they found a suspicious diary. 30 pages of the 41 pages diary were ripped out. They found a large number of smudges on the 31st page with the only distinguishable thing being a word. Kurofun, the black boat. We already discussed this problem. Should we contact the Nippon government? Perhaps they know something. I'll bet $10 that the Kurofune probably is a nightclub that our boys like to go. Luke, we're in a conference. Hill used a calm but authoritative voice. The man named Luke immediately closed his mouth and shrugged at his colleagues. Then Hill directed her gaze at Naomi, who just entered. You're late, but I guess you have new discoveries, right? Naomi took a deep breath and nodded. Gordon seemed to be tortured before his death, but based on the statement from his neighbor, no one entered or left his room. From the room, we detected vomit and alcohol. He ingested a large quantity of alcohol before his death. Get to the point, I'm not here to listen to your autopsy report. I am just about to get to the point. Naomi continued, based on the analysis of our intelligence personnel, Kurofune should be an organization. And Gordon should have contacted the organization before his death. But this wasn't the most shocking discovery. There's indirect evidence to prove that Kurofune is perhaps related to that thing we're researching in Area 51. When Naomi finished the last sentence, the entire conference room was dead silent. With the housework robot hitting the market, the entire internet was again excited by the name Future. Code AI-00, nicknamed Shaolin, represented the first model of Future Heavy Industries' combination of artificial intelligence plus service robot. Future Heavy Industries ended up rejecting the initial crude and bold design of the robot and designed Shaolin's appearance with a professional art team. Its previous cylindrical head was replaced by a human head. The uncanny effect made the art team tremble. The more the robot resembled a human, the more its physiological repulsiveness became apparent. Regardless of how much emotional data they ported to enrich the robot's facial expressions, the hollowness inside its pupils and the stiffness in the details would give people a similar feeling to seeing the dead, but the problem couldn't be solved by even Dr. Amos. It was solved by an undergraduate student with an art degree. If looking like a human makes people feel uncomfortable, just don't make it look like a human. Who said human-like features were the only definition of beauty? The fictional idol, Hatsune Miku, has been popular for years and has tons of followers on the internet. The problem was solved just like that. The art team who suddenly had that realization got rid of the previous face and used 2.5D style as the foundation, bringing a character that only previously existed in fantasies to the real world. It had 6 basic expressions and 36 expressions based on emotional data. The amount of emotion it could display far exceeded the complicated 142 expression design. Shaolin's official appearance was set as an 18-year-old girl with long, black, straight hair. She had a maid uniform as well as a blonde boy in servant clothes. Gender, hair color, pupil color, breast size, personality, and uniform could all be customized based on user preference. Of course, customization would require an additional fee. Most people were willing to make their girlfriend look different from others. What? You're asking me if the word girlfriend is wrong. But in actuality, a lot of people who took Shaolin home treated her as their girlfriend. Future Technologies AI was known for its power, and there were still people to this day who treated Little White as their pet, hence, a lot of people fell in love with the goddess who stepped out from their fantasies. The price of $10,000 was pricey, but to Dr. Amos' surprise, it achieved a sales feat in the Asian market. The sales of the adult version of Shaolin destroyed the sales of the family-friendly version. Although it was just an addition of a special mold, as well as a unique, emotional sensor, to display our 18 positions and emotions, the price skyrocketed to $20,000 on the black market. This certainly caught Jiang Chen off guard. If you could pay $20,000, why didn't you go find a girlfriend? Picking up a girl wouldn't cost $20,000, right? It wasn't until later that he discovered it wasn't just single men without money to get married who bought this, but people with money with special needs were also buying this. Some requested the height to be as short as possible, some demanded that the breast size be G, and some even bought 10 and created a harem. Robots absolutely will not get jealous, unless it was set within the program that they will. Time magazine once again displayed Jiang Chen on the cover page and used comical English to describe him as, the header also made Jiang Chen furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the report was unbiased and offered insight, he would have sent out his ghost agents to do some work. There were 200,000 Shaolins walking out of the plant on Ange Island every month with 50,000 units as the home model, with the remaining ones being the adult model. Previously, production was scheduled for an equal split between both models, but the sales of the adult model were so great that Future Heavy Industries immediately reduced the production of the home model and distributed the production to the adult version. Amos didn't stop complaining to Jiang Chen about this. Their era-defining masterpiece turned out to be a sex toy. It was humiliating to know. He complained for less than a month before he stopped yapping and focused on the improved version of Shaolin. The $50 million in dividends almost scared him to death. Although he was reputable in the international robotic community, he had never been this rich. But in comparison to Time, Capital Post maintained a cautious attitude towards the Shaolin introduced by Future Heavy Industries. They included a picture of the Terminator with heavy machines on the report for Shaolin. Rainbow House should feel happy because it won't take long before the soldiers serving abroad can return home. But the capital wasn't happy. The moment Shaolin entered the market, the capital analyzed the highly intelligent robot's possibility of being used in warfare. While Shaolin couldn't distinguish between guns for now and the software eliminated any possibility of harming humans, it didn't mean that the robot couldn't be improved to include those capabilities. The results of the analysis were shocking. If the robot was used in the battlefield, the UA force's ground combat ability could increase by at least 10%. Most importantly, these soldiers didn't need to be paid. There was no need for pensions and funerals if they fell in the war. Problematically, the control system of the robot was equipped with a similar protection mechanism as the Phantom. Forcefully disassembling it would trigger the protection mechanism and cause the high-energy capacitor to discharge instantly, frying all key components. The most pivotal AI program troubled all the scientists around the world who struggled with how to start reverse engineering it. The capital had to send an email to Future Group. Thor Corporation wants to cooperate with us in military robots, and their proposal is $1 billion to purchase the technology related to Xianlin. Hua also offered a similar proposal in hopes that they could win the partnership before Thor Corporation, Xia Xiyu reported to Jiang Chen in his office. Jiang Chen scanned the documents on the table without replying and only let out a sigh. Artificial intelligence, robots. Why do people want to make every piece of technology one introduce into a weapon? Yesterday, Natasha came to speak with him expressing that the Kremlin shared the same thoughts, hoping to partner with Future Heavy Machinery. The girl even lowered her voice and tempted him with nuclear. Russia could send out nuclear experts to Xian to help construct a nuclear power plant. Reject them? Xia Xiyu asked. Reject them. Express Future Group's neutrality on global affairs again. Any attempt to acquire Future Group technology through illegal channels will be met with Future Group applying for patents in all other countries immediately. Xia Xiyu nodded. I will use your words as a diplomatic reply. Also, Saudi called about the robot too. Saudi? Jiang Chen looked at Xia Xiyu, confused. They're interested in our technology too? Rather than saying they're interested, it's more appropriate to say. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Xiyu looked away awkwardly. Their royal has a special request. Jiang Chen didn't think the Saudi prince would personally make a trip. As per the request brought up in the morning, the prince arrived at Coral Island in the afternoon and checked into the heart of the sea. The plane imprinted with the royal badge landed at the Coral Island airport. With bodyguards in suits accompanying him, Prince Yerif walked off the plane. Perhaps because of his royal blood, the Arabic prince looked extremely handsome. He wore a traditional Arab white robe. The moment he saw Jiang Chen waiting at the gate, without giving Jiang Chen the opportunity to speak, he walked out with quick steps and gave Jiang Chen a hug. I finally met you, the most successful businessman of the century, Mr. Jiang Chen. After letting Jiang Chen go, Yarif spoke to him in English. I'm grateful to meet you too, Mr. Prince, Jiang Chen said humbly. The person standing in front of him was indeed richer than him. Based on the information he obtained from Xian's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Prince Yarif wasn't only a prince, but he was also the likely successor of the king. Once the Saudi king pass away in the future, it would be him on the throne. Based on what a Saudi prince told him, Saudi Aramco's valuation was expected to be in the range of $2 trillion. Although it was undetermined if this number is inflated, if the number is, in fact real, Saudi Aramco's IPO would break Apple's $700 billion record. Among the people Jiang Chen knew, only the Rothschild family with an undisclosed financial standing could compare to the wealthy Arabs. When the car arrived at Future Building, Yarif was generous with his praise while standing at the gate. A beautiful building. It is equally as beautiful as the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. Thank you for your compliment. While they chatted, Jiang Chen invited him into the conference room. When they sat down, Yarif asked his bodyguards to stay outside the room. It didn't take long before the conversation turned to robots. The handsome prince seemed to be uncomfortable expressing his request. Jiang Chen, who noticed his awkwardness, signaled Xia Shiyu to step out for a moment. Xia Shiyu closed the door behind her. Seeing there was no one else present, Yarif felt relieved. Thank you. No problem. We're all men, I understand. Jiang Chen laughed. But I have a question. Could Mr. Prince clear my confusion? Of course, please go ahead, Yarif said courteously. Why didn't you get someone else to handle the small task of customizing a robot? Considering your identity, it seems inappropriate for you to make a trip down here just for this. Yarif smiled. I see. I'm here on vacation to Coral Island. At the same time, I wish to bring Future Group a greeting from Saudi, so the outside world won't know about the robot. I hope Mr. Jiang can keep this a secret for me. Of course. We always value the privacy of our users. What kind of robot do you need? Jiang Chen tried his best to show a smile that wouldn't make Yarif feel awkward, since asking the question felt equivalent to asking the size of sex doll Yarif wanted to buy. Just as he thought Yarif would say something embarrassing, he put his hands into his pocket and took out a delicate wooden box. Yarif handed him the box. Jiang Chen took the redwood box, opened the sophisticated switch and found a photo inside. This is. Suddenly, he sensed that the photo looked familiar. I feel like I've seen her before. Jiang Chen suddenly recollected that when he was in Sanya in 2015, he was fortunate enough to attend a birthday party of an Arab prince. The person in the photo was the beautiful princess he saw. Yarif looked more familiar the more he looked at him. Jiang Chen examined the prince a few more times and confirmed his suspicions. My princess. Reminiscence surfaced on Yarif's face and he put his hands on his face. My true love. From the hint of remorse in his eyes and the photo of the beautiful lady, Jiang Chen could guess his true intentions. It made sense now. He was the prince of a country, so how would he have made a personal trip down to Coral Island simply for a doll? But his wish troubled Jiang Chen. The deceased can't be awakened. You should know that what you're pursuing is wrong. Jiang Chen looked sternly into his eyes and reminded him. You already guessed what I want. Indeed, that is fitting for the most successful businessman of the century. I understand everything you're saying, but I just want her to return to my side. Yarif sniffed and looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of desperation. I apologize, don't reject me. I'm willing to pay money. How much do you want? Seeing as Jiang Chen was about to reject him, Yarif stood up emotionally. Remain calm. This isn't about money. Jiang Chen attempted to comfort him. Even if I want to help you, I have to consider the technology at Future Group. Do you think Shaolin's design could fill the hole in your heart? The wealthy just wanted to throw money at people whenever there is a conflict now. I don't want that, the calmed Yerif shook his head. But it's already very close. If there are technical challenges, just solve them. How much investment do you need? 100 million. 1 billion. We can discuss. Seeing as Yerif wouldn't back down unless he achieved his goal, Jiang Chen sighed. To be honest, considering how infatuated the prince was, he almost agreed but ended up rejecting him anyway. Reviving the dead is taboo in science. Why? I can't explain why, I can only provide you with an example. Let's say that you had a brother who passed away and your father used the same method to revive him. Your father loved him like before and made him the successor of the kingdom. The robot would be the king one day, don't you think that's scary? She's only a woman. Even if you revived her, what influence would she have? Yerif said ardently. Looking at the pleading Yerif, Jiang Chen sighed. Fine, but you have to keep this a secret. With excitement lighting up his eyes, Yerif nodded fiercely. I promise. I swear in Allah's name. It was the most sincere promise a Saudi could make. Jiang Chen nodded and he continued. Before I help you, I have to ask, how are you going to cover up the fact that Amira already passed away? Most people should have attended her funeral already. I'll marry her again. She will be my 9th wife. I'll tell people I fell in love with her on Coral Island and she looked like she was made from the same mold as Amir, so I granted her the name Amira, Yerif said without hesitation. Fine. For a split second, Jiang Chen thought Yerif was an infatuated man. 9 wives. Jiang Chen thought he was shameless enough, but he still paled in comparison. The prince's persistence did make Jiang Chen feel exasperated. Although Future Group currently held no special interests in the Middle East, based on the consideration of Xian and Saudi's future relationship, he ultimately agreed to Yerif's request. He obtained a strand of Princess Amira's hair and extracted the DNA inside. He took the DNA back to Fallout Shelter 027 and replicated her look at 20 years of age. He then used 3D printing technology to create the digitalized human version of the princess. The skeleton was titanium alloy, and the skin was silica gel. She possessed Princess Amira's looks and basic artificial intelligence, infinitely approaching intermediate artificial intelligence. Her memory was replicated based on Prince Yerif's memory of her and a personal diary she had. From the appearance, she was no different from a human. No, she was no different from a human internally. The moment she woke up in the modern world, she called for Yerif. She was fearful toward the scientists in the lab and thought they were bandits who took her hostage. She threatened Jiang Chen to let her go or the Saudi royal family would take serious actions. Standing inside the surgery room, Jiang Chen and Amos looked at each other. They both read the unnatural concern in each other's pupils. The concern didn't originate from the uncanny valley effect. This is immoral. When Dr. Amos recovered from his shocked state, that was his first sentence. That's right. Jiang Chen concurred. This is more immoral than a clone. At least clones don't possess your memory, drive your car, sleep with your woman, and make everything feel like it should happen. God. Amos closed his eyes and drew a cross in front of his chest. Jiang Chen didn't have any more to add. He only narrowed his eyes and gazed into her pupils until she started to tremble before he moved his eyes away. He saw Lin Chowen's shadow on her. Although the scientists at the Fallout Shelter swore she only possessed basic artificial intelligence, all her actions were just logical responses to an external stimulus. Although she was extremely similar to humans, she wasn't the same. She was just a doll. Are you really going to give her to the Saudi prince? Amos asked. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded. Xian needs allies in the international community. A friendship that can be won with just a robot is worth it for us. Amos still wanted to say something, but seeing as Jiang Chen didn't want to discuss further, he didn't speak. Disregarding morality and ethics, the robot could be considered the peak of technology. The uncanny effect Dr. Amos couldn't solve despite all his efforts was easily solved by the scientists at Fallout Shelter 027. Technological advancement wasn't a sprint but a marathon. Jiang Chen scanned her like he was looking at a piece of equipment. He then threw some clothes on her body before he turned around and left. Her memory could be adjusted later. Yarif stayed on Coral Island for 3 days. Based on the words of future tourism CEO, Wei Yun, the wealth Saudi spent $5 million at the heart of the sea, which certainly dazed Jiang Chen. 3 days later, Jiang Chen took Amira to see Yarif. When Yarif saw his love, he hugged her emotionally. Amira tearfully hugged Yarif while telling him how she spent a long time in complete darkness and how she missed him. "Don't cry, my baby." Yarif comforted her. It was supposed to be a touching scene, but Jiang Chen felt an abnormal disgust, so he looked away. After they hugged, the gorgeous Amira bowed to Jiang Chen and thanked him for saving her from the bandits. Based on her adjusted memory, she hadn't died because of sickness but because she was captured by bandits. Future Group ended up rescuing her and cured her terminal illness before finally meeting her husband on Coral Island again. Because other people thought she died, Yarif agreed that she would only share Amira's name and have a similar look. After Yarif spent 2 more days at the heart of the sea, Yarif said goodbye to Jiang Chen. Before he left, he asked Jiang Chen for his price. "Just treat it as a gift. I don't plan to release this model of robot to the market." Jiang Chen shook his head. "Don't be like this, my friend, you'll make it difficult for me." "Money or beauty, please tell me what you desire," Yarif said sternly. In their correspondence over the past days, he really treated Jiang Chen like a friend. "If you really feel troubled, just keep this a secret between us." Jiang Chen sighed. "Why?" "I can't explain why, but it's an immoral technology." Yarif didn't quite understand what Jiang Chen meant, but he still accepted what he said. He swore again in the name of Allah to keep this forever a secret. "Your generosity earned the friendship of the Saudi people." Yarif took a deep breath and bowed to Jiang Chen. "Regardless, I owe you a favor. Once I become the king, I will repay you." Receiving the friendship of the future king certainly makes the gift worthwhile. Jiang Chen laughed before he gave Yarif a few cautionary words. Robots wouldn't ever get sick, so he should never take her to get a body examination. Robots wouldn't produce blood even though their bodies are designed with blood vessels, so he had to make sure she wouldn't get seriously wounded. He should never take her apart or the protection mechanism would burn the chip. She didn't need to be charged, but she required food as the digestive system was her only source of energy. Jiang Chen personally sent the prince off on his plane. Before Yarif boarded the plane, he hugged Jiang Chen again and expressed his gratitude. "If you visit Dubai, please contact me." "I will." Jiang Chen waved his hand and sent the couple off. Gazing at the flight disappearing in the horizon, Jiang Chen's smile began to fade. Moments later, he suddenly muttered to himself. "Perhaps I should never have said yes." Aisha, beside him, looked at him, lost. If the deceased could be freely replaced by robots, people wouldn't ever truly die in this world. 100 years later, when the last human passed away, his friends and family could bid farewell around his deathbed, then a replica of him could be pulled out the second his eyes were closed. That thought alone made Jiang Chen shudder with terror. On the surface of the West Pacific Ocean, somewhere 200 kilometers from Coral Island, buoys bobbed up and down on a chain connected by ropes as the waves undulated, forming a circle on the sea. 8 construction boats circled the 5-square-kilometer sea region installed there, forming a platform to continually carry out construction. The workers on the ships worked on a 7-day rotating schedule. A Guardian-class frigate was stationed nearby, its steady electromagnetic pulse cannon raised at 45 degrees on the alert for any potential intruders. While Country F no longer had ships to disturb Xian sea territory, their caution was necessary. An aircraft carrier not far away was also closely monitoring the region. While Country F no longer dared to send out a reconnaissance drone, they could use an underwater reconnaissance device. The Guardian-class frigate was equipped with an anti-submarine radar and an NK 330mm anti-submarine torpedo which served as a deterrent to any underwater unit attempting to approach them. Right now, a large cargo ship with hundreds of containers drifted closer before coming to a halt near one of the construction boats. A man in a white shirt threw a towel on his shoulder, walked beside the mechanical device, and pulled down a lever with force. An iron bridge dropped across the construction boat and cargo, and a few soldiers in kinetic skeletons with rifles boarded the boat. The captain immediately came to greet them and took the celestial trade soldiers on a tour around the boat. After confirming there were no issues, the supervisor began to order the workers to start working. There were 2 batches of containers. One batch was to be transported on the boat and the other was to be thrown in the ocean by a mechanical arm. After finishing his task, the white shirt man tossed a wrench beside him and wiped off the sweat on his face with the towel around his shoulder. Then he narrowed his eyes while watching the mechanical arm dropping the heavy containers into the ocean. His name was Zhou Qiang, but people who knew him called him Changzi. He came onto the boat 2 months ago, hired through an online application. His educational level was high compared to most workers, although he just finished high school. Along the sea-facing region of Hua, a lot of people knew about Xian and knew that a big company called Celestial Trade existed. Not only that, but they knew the boss was Han, and the magical boss was the biggest shareholder of Future Group. Because they were all Han, the boss took extra care of them. As long as they worked in the company for a year without any criminal record, people as illiterate as them could obtain a passport for immigration. Of course, because of their poor literacy, they would be required to attend community college on Ange Island for half a year of education. While it could improve their literacy, the education was mostly English and mathematics training. Compared to other developing countries, Hua's literacy rate was high. Even the poor could read or else they wouldn't have understood the job posting in the first place. Education was a benefit in Xian, not an industry. This was different compared to their hometown. The workers were happy to study since knowledge could change one's fate. Aren't they hot while working on these metal things while wearing such thick layers? He Dong walked up and took out 2 cigarettes. He passed one to Changzi and lit one up himself. The kinetic skeletons were mostly made out of an aluminum and polyethylene material. Aside from the vital parts protected by C-grade steel, no other parts were composed of metal, but the dark metallic shine on the polyethylene bulletproof board could make people mistake the kinetic skeleton for a metallic suit. Zhou Qiang humbly smiled and accepted the cigarette. I don't know, maybe they don't mind the heat. He Dong laughed and glanced at the 2 soldiers standing at the door of the captain's room like 2 poles. Xian's 4 seasons are all summer, they probably won't have the opportunity to see snow in the future. Aren't you going to go back during New Year's? Zhou Qiang asked, puzzled. He Dong glared at him and blew out a few smoke rings from his mouth. Why go home? Just make this home. Make this home. Or what? We're a late bunch, my brother, who came with the earliest group, is working at the Phantom Helmet plant. He worked for half a year and the bonus alone was enough to buy himself a place. He Dong glanced at Zhou Qiang, who didn't know too much about the process. Out of all the workers, he had the most connections. Mid-2016, his brother came to Xian during the first immigration wave and was assigned to work at the Phantom Helmet plant to produce the virtual reality parts. Following the expansion of the plant, his brother became a leader of 10 people who polished helmet parts. He was ready to resign. After making enough, he planned to use the connections he made in the plant to obtain contracts for helmet shell production. A lot of the small enterprises in Xian made money through contracts related to Phantom production. With some money in his pocket, he also wanted to give it a shot. A place for himself euro is at least 1 million, right? Zhou Qiang said, dumbfounded. Although his basic salary was around 8,000 renminbi, the company also provided food and accommodation, but saving 1 million for a place was still a distant dream. He Dong seemed to have read his friend's troubled mind. He laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't think that buying a place is so difficult. There are no greedy real estate developers in XIN, and Future Group doesn't need the money from real estate. 1 million. If you want a mansion with your own backyard, just pretend I didn't say anything. But if you want an apartment with celestial trade sticker, 200,000 is more than enough. USD. RMB. Probably around 30,000 US dollars. My math is pretty bad. Zhou Chang's expression immediately turned into a smile. Including the stipend for being out at sea, he could make 2,000 US dollars a month. It would take a year and a half to save up 30,000 US dollars. But Celestial Trade's benefits for apartments is limited to one per person. It's around 80 to 90 square meters in size. People should have some ambition. How happy would you be if you saved 1 million for a seaside mansion? He Dong chuckled. It was only recently that he got this ambition. When he was working in Wanghai before, he worked tirelessly for 2 years without daring to dream of buying a place in Wanghai. It was only through coincidence that he heard about working overseas and learned about the shortage of labor in XIN, so with the mentality of giving it a shot, he followed his brother's path and came to XIN. He no longer wanted to return home after he came. For most of the Han, they worked for a place to stay and a family to care for. Stop worrying about this nonsense, do your work. An important person will drop by to conduct checks soon. I'll deduct from your bonus if you're lazy. The supervisor with a cigarette in his mouth operating the mechanical arm glanced over. Seeing as the supervisor was unhappy, He Dong immediately extinguished his cigarette and dragged Changzi back. The containers were transported, but there was other work to do. As for the important person, it wasn't something they should be concerned about. After all the containers were transported, the cargo and construction boat separated and sailed in the direction of Ange Island. At the same time, a helicopter was flying in the direction of the boat. The helicopter landed on the temporary helipad on the construction boat. With Aisha accompanying him, Jiang Chen in casual clothes jumped onto the deck. The captain of the construction boat was already waiting on the side. Chen Anmin with a dark tan immediately greeted Jiang Chen. Welcome. President Jiang's personal visit is making the boat a magnificent place. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing when he heard the welcoming words of the tanned captain. The usage of words was not considerate of the circumstance at all. Don't be so nervous. I'm just here to see the progress of the construction, and also here to take people on tour to see our group's construction of the century. Chen Anmin took a moment to process this and looked at the boss in confusion. Then he saw a Caucasian man who came down from the helicopter. From his impression, the construction of the ocean city should be kept confidential. Even the workers on the boat didn't know the specifics of the construction. Only a few engineers on non-rotating shifts knew bits of the specifics. In a few days, the information of the construction will be fully released. The world has the right to know what we are doing on the West Pacific Ocean. Jiang Chen opened his hand and spoke in a ridiculing tone. Some scared people think we are building missile silos. With the graphene cable development completed, the primary structure built by the amphibious construction robots was 20% done. Country F, who was completely crippled in the last war, continued to spur up the conspiracy of Celestial on the Pacific and slandered Celestial Trade for building missile silos on a large scale. Jiang Chen knew exactly who was behind all of this. IBCM has a minimum strike radius. There is no need to use it to strike a neighboring country only a few kilometers away. The people who feared the missile most was UA, standing behind Country F. It was not the best choice to hide the information. So Jiang Chen planned to release the Ocean City project to the public. And the release of information immediately drew the attention of all the countries around the world. UA was the first to demonstrate their suspicion and believed that the footage released by Future Group was fictitious. An ocean city 5 square kilometers in size? How is that possible? Of course, UA was also building an ocean city not far away from their homeland. While it was supposedly a city, it was just a concrete floating vessel made out of reinforced steel 70 meters tall and 27 meters in diameter. But it was already difficult to achieve that. This city wasn't going to be in the shallow region, it was in the middle of the Pacific. It was not creating an artificial island, it was creating a floating and movable city. Normal steel could not withstand the massive tidal force, even if titanium alloy was used. Constructing a real ocean city? They were not filming a sci-fi movie. Jiang Chen knew that UA didn't believe him and he was too lazy to provide any explanation. If you don't believe it, just come see it yourself. Since in a few minutes, Future Group will use the Phantom to push an advertisement to the entire world. An absolutely stunning advertisement with the theme of immigration and tourism. We will see if it is a missile silo. When the Caucasian man got off the helicopter, he adjusted his somewhat muddled tie, walked beside Jiang Chen, and said, "Where are the scuba diving gears? I think we can start now." "You are always in a rush, Mr. Lawrence." Jiang Chen smiled, "I'm really curious. I heard Robert say that you were transferred to the Los Santos office for office duty." "There are not enough people, I've been transferred to do field work again," Lawrence said in annoyance. Because of Jiang Chen's poor impression of CIB and his consideration of the diplomatic relationship with XIN, UA didn't send out CIB people but instead sent out an agent from FBA and 2 experts. When the FBA agent first got off the plane on Koro Island, Jiang Chen was surprised to discover that it is someone he knew. The hooked nose that left a deep impression still looked aggressive. But during this meeting, the sharpness from Iraq no longer existed and he grew a beer belly. "Looks like you want to return to Los Santos soon, and then let's get started." Jiang Chen looked at the captain. "Prepare the submersion device." Chen Anmin immediately nodded and glanced at the 3 UA citizens in alert before going inside the ship. "Aisha, wait for me on the deck." "Aha." Aisha nodded and stood aside. Lawrence looked at the girl in sunglasses and thought she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember the exact place. He sensed a hint of danger from her. Since he left the God-forbidden Iraq, he hasn't sensed something similar in a long time. They followed Jiang Chen to the back of the deck, and the circular submersion device was prepared. Because it was a visit by outsiders, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't use the highly advanced droplet number 1. Since construction was taking place 500 meters under the sea, the normal submersion device could serve their purpose. "Is there deep ocean diving gears?" "Perhaps we need to leave the submersion device later for an observation," a UA expert asked Jiang Chen. "Of course, but I don't think you'll need it. Our construction is magnificent. You can see everything clearly from the outside." Jiang Chen smiled. "That might not be a case." Lawrence scorned, "Who knows if you are pretending to do something and building missile silos in disguise. Did you know when we first started building nuclear silos?" Jiang Chen acted like he was shocked. Lawrence didn't understand what Jiang Chen wanted to express. "Mr. Lawrence, what I will say is not only directed to you but directed to the government behind you." Jiang Chen stopped and turned around to stare him in the eyes. "We have the ability to deploy missiles at any corner of the sea without you being aware of it, and we have the ability to strike any target on your homeland without you being aware of it. We are not NK, we are not Iran, and don't use what you use against them on me. Or else you and I will both regret this. Remember, I'm not saying this to you." Lawrence held his breath and watched Jiang Chen in a stunned fashion. One of his foot was still hanging in the air. "What are you waiting for?" Lawrence, who regathered his thoughts, hid his infuriated state behind his poker face. He scorned and asked the 2 experts to board the submersion device. The veil hidden underneath the Pacific will finally be unveiled by him. The mysterious construction that made capital lose sleep. Is it a missile silo, or the unrealistic ocean city? The mysterious construction that made capital lose sleep is actually real. No, it was not a missile silo, it was. Lawrence's eyes widened as he stared at the scenery outside of the glass, stunned. It was a circular ring. From above, it was a massive circular ring 2 kilometers in diameter. The light beam from the searchlight, like a spotlight on a stage, illuminated the massive and magnificent project. The colorful fishes traversed among the circle, as if they were exploring a city of metal buried in the sea. The cylindrical mechanical device, the amphibious construction robot, worked around the circular ring in an organized fashion. Not far in the distance, construction boats continuously dropped supplies into the sea before being picked up by the robots and transported elsewhere. It was unbelievable, breathtaking. Lawrence's mouth opened wide. No words could describe the magnificent sight. The circular ring is the foundation of the entire city. Just like what you saw, the helium room, the power room, and part of the living quarters are all on the exterior of the circular ring. Jiang Chen smiled while speaking to the completely dazed Lawrence. Wait, the footage you released, isn't it a city on the ocean? Why is it underneath the water? Lawrence suddenly realized and asked Jiang Chen. Once construction is completed, we'll inject gas into the helium room, and the entire circular ring will float. This is too absurd. The UA experts shook their heads non-stop. Did your designers consider tidal force? Without any exaggeration, once the circular ring floats close to the sea's surface, it wouldn't take 5 minutes before it is shredded into pieces. If it is serious, it may potentially cause a habitat crisis in the West Pacific region. And there is also the weather's influence. The West Pacific Ocean is common to typhoons. Even if God protects your boat from not being shredded to pieces, a gust of wind will make your circular ring into a hula hoop, another expert said in a mocking tone. Huh, you guys are so humorous. Jiang Chen laughed nonchalantly. We are discussing a serious matter. Lawrence narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Although we haven't discovered any suspicious activities, like what our experts said, your project is a complete failure from start to finish. What does my failure have to do with you? Jiang Chen glanced at Lauren with a grin forming on his face. When did you start caring about climate change? Lawrence's mouth opened, but no words came out. Since you have already seen it, it is apparent that we didn't deploy missile silos, so could you guys please go back now? No. The UA expert suddenly said while exchanging eye contact with the other expert, we have only seen the overview of the construction, we haven't checked the details. The other expert read the hidden message inside his colleague's eyes and looked over maliciously. That's right, the circular ring structure is not enough to deduce if it is a missile silo or not. We need to conduct a more in-depth investigation. Although they didn't believe that the circular ring could really withstand tidal forces, they were still curious about the project. It was a $10 billion project. As long as Jiang Chen was not dumb, his designer must have thought about material integrity. They were curious what technology Future Group possessed to have the confidence for such an absurd project. Even if they believed that no one would be foolish enough to spend $10 billion on a random deepwater project used to disguise the construction of missile silos. Just like what Jiang Chen said, since they have the ability to complete the deployment of missiles without them being aware, there was no need to take an extraneous step. Lawrence looked at the experts behind him and gazed at Jiang Chen. We need to go in. Lawrence thought Jiang Chen would stop them, but Jiang Chen said, with a smile, of course, we can even live inside. Live inside? Lawrence furrowed his eyebrows. People can live inside here. Of course not here, Jiang Chen coughed and raised his watch. Just 5 minutes ago, the Phantom's application was updated. In the loading space of the user, we installed a small advertisement interface. You can see everything inside the ring for yourself. Like his usual routine, Wei Wendong put on his helmet and was immersed in the virtual reality world. Inside the white loading space, he called out the menu but noticed a unique advertisement interface beneath the game. Penglai City. The system update was just to update an ad. He ridiculed, but with his curiosity for future group, Wei Wendong pressed on the interface. Just like when he logged into the game, the white cubicle room shattered into dust, and a splendid picture unfolded. The sound of tidal waves echoed beside his ear, and the pleasant sea wind blew on his face. Wei Wendong stood blankly and looked at his surroundings. He was standing on the edge of the artificial ring island. The middle of the island was a tower with clearly defined buildings surrounding the tower. The complex road scattered from the middle of the circular island. Miniature vehicles moved between the roads, holograms flashed on the advertisement boards along the street, and ships of different sizes surrounded the island. Massive screens were carved on the tower like the Times Square. Man-made beach, theater, five-star hotel, residential area, opera. The place combined luxury and comfort. The leisure of a holiday destination and the fast-paced nature of a metropolitan city. Waves splashed onto the exterior of the ring, but he didn't feel the changes to his center of gravity at all. The sea wind blowing on his face comforted the turbulence in his mind. He even forgot about the scenario almost starting. There was no mistake, it was the Ocean City Future Group recently advertised. It was not a floating island at all. It was a monstrous city planted on the sea floor. Welcome to Penglai City. I'm your guide, Xiao Yu. A thumb-sized mermaid surfaced beside him and danced happily in the air before stopping in front of his eyes. Xiao Yu. May I ask where is this place? Wei Wendong examined his surroundings, dumbfounded. Xiao Yu stopped her dance in mid-air and gave him a sweet smile. Just like what you saw, this is Penglai City. Wei Wendong followed the tiny mermaid guide and looked at the clock on the screen at the massive central tower. 12:10. After hesitating for a moment, he called out the menu, messaged his teammates who planned to enter the scenario and asked them to wait a moment. But when he opened his friend list, he discovered that the professional players from King's already messaged him. Captain, can we go into the scenario 10 minutes later? The helmet system just updated. Let me try to figure it out. Shadow, I need to go to the washroom. Wait for me. I'll be 5 minutes. Captain, did you see Future Technologies advertisement? Is it really an ad and not a new game they made? Wei Wendong forced a smile. These guys, the legendary scenario was about to start and they all dropped the ball at the same time. But then his face immediately turned red. As someone who was about to message them to delay the scenario, his words were not convincing at all. He took a moment to think before he messaged the group and delayed the scenario by half an hour. The reason being, some teammates cannot arrive to scenario on time due to real-life reasons. The scenario entering time has been delayed by half an hour. Ding, the message was successfully sent. Just as he was about to close the system menu, a message from his friend list popped up. Wei Wendong opened it and saw it was a video question from Yu Hui. He was a friend he met through the game playing the summoner class. Because they got along, they met a few times offline and became friend in real life. He later became part of King's Club. Yu Hui was just a casual player, a boss of a company in real life. Other than having better equipment, his level and skill was mediocre. Old Wei, what do you think? The moment the video message connected, Yu Hui immediately asked. What can I think? Wei Wendong rolled his eyes and laughed. I'm used to Future Group's ridiculous technologies. Although he sounded like he was untouched, he was still stunned. There are pre-sale buildings, are you not going to take a look? I can't afford it. A house here probably is at least in the millions range. I'm just taking a look out of curiosity, perhaps I will visit in the future. This is not something Wei million in our clan said, Yu Hui joked, 10 million is at most half of your annual salary. The news of King's boss signing Shadow King at a hefty price of 20 million created a big splash in the professional scene. At first, they thought the investment was not worth it since 20 million was too much. But they had to agree later that the boss had the foresight. It was a worldly MMORPG. 100 million active players globally. Just in half a year, Shadow King used his superb gaming sense and experience through the internal test to win over 30 million in profits for Kings. Nothing else, and just in a monthly PvP competition without level restriction, the top 10 players' ID could include the club's name and sponsor. The ad placement could even influence the stock price of a public company. In this digitalized era, if executed properly, intellectual property is money. Of course, that is another topic. Nah, you make more money through your business and you can spare change to buy something here. I only know how to play games. I'd be beggar if I went to a foreign country. Xin is not considered a foreign country, there are more and more Hans going there, you can just pretend you went to Guangzhou. And playing the game is the same everywhere. I plan to buy a place there since they said you could request a refund at any time. Yu Hui smiled. I'll consider it. After ending the call, Wei Wendong began to consider his friend's suggestion seriously. But after giving it some thought, it would be too rushed of a decision. Buying a house was something related to him forming a family and it must be well thought out. Now that his savings were enough to purchase a small mansion in Wanghai, it was not necessary to live overseas at all. Although he admitted that the futuristic style of the city did attract someone young like him. He followed Xiao Yu on the main path. However, when Wei Wendong scanned his surroundings and felt somewhat lost. Just like what Future Group promoted, the place was highly futuristic, and because of this, the hologram projections and buildings overwhelmed him. Xiao Yu saw that he was lost, flew to his ear, and whispered. Any tourist coming into Penglai can obtain digitalized glasses. Because we are currently in virtual reality, the glasses have been hidden by us. If there is a need, you can call it out through the system menu. Based on Xiao Yu's instructions, Wei Wendong selected the glasses icon in the menu. Light particles began to gather in his hand before a pair of glasses formed in his palm. Wei Wendong played with the glasses before putting it on his nose. It was light, the lenses were thin, and wearing it didn't feel like anything. The sight stopped at the map and a scene that shocked him appeared. Light blue particles formed a path underneath his feet and extended to the target he selected on the map. He blankly stared at the cursor on the ground, took off the glasses, and the cursor disappeared. He put it back on and the cursor reappeared. Magical. A word surfaced in his head. Could this be augmented reality? He remembered Microsoft's HoloLens glasses had a similar function, but he didn't know if they achieved future technology's level that could mark the route to the target location in three-dimensional space. That's right. Xiao Yun smiled. Can I ask another question? Are you a live support? Xiao Yu is an AI. Xiao Yu put her hands beneath her chin, whipped her tail, and said with a smile. As long as you wear the augmented reality glasses, you can have a Xiao Yu that belongs to just you. Wei Wendong was silent for a while before he let out a sigh. Your boss is a genius, virtual reality plus real estate, and an artificial intelligence salesperson that is more similar to human than human. It's impossible not to make money. Thank you for your compliment, Xiao Yu blinked her eyes and said in a cute voice. They took a trip around the main street. In front of a community center, Wei Wendong stopped and examined the apartment building. At the door, he saw a hologram screen with a row of organized stickers. For sale. He muttered the words on the hologram screen. Penglai's municipality management is digitalized, your local assets and real estates are all connected to your personal ID and could be managed through a special port. For example, the hologram screen in front of the apartment could be used to purchase or sell real estate. The information will also be synchronized to other areas. Xiao Yun patiently explained to him. Just then, the sticker changed from green to orange, for sale, turned into, bid, 10,000. This is because the ownership of the property currently belongs to Future Group, all initial sales are done through a bidding system. The level 1 property is only 80 square meters and the starting bid price is $10,000, Xiaoyu explained. But because there were a lot of properties, only people that want to live on the same floor bid. The bid must be at the minimum $1,000 and the deal is locked after 3 days. It is only $10,000. Wei Wendong murmured to himself. Each user can only purchase one unit of level 1 or 2 properties, only properties above level 3 allow multiple units to be purchased, but there are still restrictions that apply, Xiaoyu reminded. From the map, there were 200,000 units of level 1 property on sale, mostly distributed in the outer ring area. The level 2 property had a higher price tag and was closer to the middle of the ring. All in all, the price was higher closer to the center, but there were exceptions. For example, the seaside mansions on the outermost ring were the highest level 5 properties with prices comparable to the center zone. Wei Wendong checked out the price of the giant tower and was stunned by the number. The room at the top of the tower was $1 billion, but it had a gray sticker which meant it was sold to the public. And the bottom of the tower, that's right, there was an underwater portion of the tower as the entire island was like a gyro and the room deepest in the water was the tip of the gyro. The spiral-shaped room was surrounded by water and had a price tag of $10 billion. Still not sold to the public. The price must be randomly inputted. Since they don't plan to sell anyways. Wei Wendong ridiculed in his mind. What if this city's construction ultimately failed? I remember it is still under construction underwater. Future Group will provide a full refund. Little Rain smiled. Future Group will use its global assets to act as collateral to all investors, we definitely can afford it. With Future Group's cash, there was indeed no need to worry about bankruptcy. Wei Wendong with a bitter smile shook his head, he was worried about a foolish question. Will there really be people living here? Looking at Xiaoyu, he asked the most critical question. If a city has only buildings without any people, it is just a ghost city. From the property and bidding, 110,000 people are planning to settle here. Based on Future Group's development plan, the Ocean City's development focus will be on tourism and research. Once Penglai City is completed, it will be moved to the Central Sea region between Koro Island and Ange Island, because there will be convenient transport planes and ships, the residents on the island can freely work on any island in Xian, Xiaoyu then added. Just like taking public transportation. Like the Venice of the sea. Wei Wendong murmured to himself and scanned his surroundings once more. The environment here was gorgeous. To be honest, he was tempted. But considering that even if he lived in Wanghai, he could come here through the helmet at any time, his longing for Penglai decreased by a bit more. But then, he suddenly noticed a countdown timer at the bottom right. What's the timer for? Oh, that. Xiaoyu covered her mouth and made an impression as if she almost forgot about something. This is the time a user can remain in this virtual reality. Time remaining. Wait, that means, that's right. Xiaoyu flew directly in front of him, stopped, and looked at him with grin. The advertisement time is only 30 minutes, purchasing property and applying for travel can all be done through the Phantom Helmet. If you want you see Xiaoyu and Penglai City, please wait for its completion. Fu *K. Limited time experience again. But before Wei Wendong finished cursing, everything surrounding him shattered. In 2 short seconds, he returned to the pure white cube. Facing the empty virtual reality room, he was speechless for a long time. The term Penglai was first seen in Lai Zi, the Tale of Lai Zi, and later in Shan Hai Jing, the Tale of Mountain and Sea, and appeared in books such as Records of the Historian and The 10 Continent of the Sea, 1. With the thought of spreading traditional Chinese culture, the giant floating city on the ocean was named Penglai by Jiang Chen. As to if the name was the same as a city across the ocean, this is not within his consideration range. When the advertisement in virtual reality was pushed to the global virtual reality system, the mysterious underwater construction first entered the sight of the public. The entire main structure of the island was a ring 5 square kilometers in diameter, and it looked like a lifesaver. Arm-thick graphene cables intertwined within the middle, just like the metal skeleton of a skyscraper. Though it was not filled with concrete in the middle, and it was relatively light. It was like a special foam aluminum that was more ductile than graphene but less strong. The bearing capacity of the graphene could easily withstand the enormous tidal force without the fortress being shredded apart. The finished construction from afar resembled a gyro inserted into the ocean. A tall tower standing above the ocean surface, the conical on the bottom was submerged in the ocean. It was the most expensive place in the entire city. It was like an inverse pyramid. The more toward the tip, the more expensive it was. And the tip of the tower, the top and bottom, were not sold to the public because they were private rooms for Jiang Chen himself. Three-dimensional island structure, 5 square kilometers of the island can accommodate up to 1 million people. Unit population per area could be described as insane. The exterior of the ring was designed with connectors which could be used to construct sub-islands to connect with the main island via graphene tunnels. Even before that, the commotion created by Future Group in the ocean already built up enough hype for them. F first accused Future Group of constructing missile silos with the intention of threatening world peace, then UA's skepticism was followed by the United Nations intervention. When the world's media zoomed their cameras to the quiet ocean, Future Group gradually unveiled the trump card hidden for a long time, and it stood in the eye of the public criticism storm. This is impossible. Don't believe that the computer-generated cinematic could fool us. The hexagon will closely monitor the situation of the West Pacific Ocean, the UA spokesperson told the media. Jiang Chen then sent an invitation to the Rainbow Mansion, inviting Hill to personally tour the region. Hill didn't attend the trip due to schedule conflicts, but did send out a FBA agent and an UA experts for investigation. But just as they were bringing back first video footage, Future Group conducted the first update of the Phantom helmet. They installed the voice communication system inside the chat software while installing an advertisement interface below the menu that would not interfere with the user's usage of the system. And the first advertisement was the concept map of the ocean city, Penglai. Although the viewing experience was limited to 30 minutes, almost everyone's heart followed the witty mermaid guide to the West Pacific Ocean thousands and even 10,000s of miles away. The sci-fi island, the magically ocean city. Like an explosive thunder, Wall Street Journal first expressed their exclaimed opinion. The Atlantis of the East. Future Group is creating a miracle. Then, it was, Christian newspaper. An unbelievable project. If they are not joking with us, then it must be God that's joking with us. But doubt still existed for the construction of the century. Jealous people who underestimated Future Group's ability to repeatedly create miracles were still unwilling to accept its marvelous technological abilities. The economic news persistently criticized Future Group and highly suspected the existence of the underwater city. Future technology defeated Nippon's best corporations in the robot and artificial intelligence fields, which was viewed as humiliation by extreme right-wing parties. With the media controlled by them, they of course did everything they could to slander Future Group. An ocean city? That is just a gimmick. Our materials scientists stated that no materials could complete the construction of the illogical design. And before the completion of product to sell high-risk products to investors is an extremely irresponsible move. Our people will not pay for such a stupid thing. But their own people slapped their face with the high number of purchases for property on Penglai. They had enough of the crowded Yodo. Especially the despairing unemployment rate and the widely criticized economic conditions built on printing money. Of course, the majority of the immigration source came from Hua, with over 50% of the buyers from the maritime region of Hua. The halo of high benefits disappeared in Europe that was in a period of unrest, the high barrier and low benefit North America was too difficult, and people with money or technical skill began to look at Xi'an that was growing incredibly fast. The small country with Han's culture was evolving into the second Singapore. Most critically, housing was cheap. $10,000 was not a small number for most people, but equating to a property, most Han people were willing to open their wallets. Why? Because a lot of people worked for their entire lives without being able to purchase a place in the city they worked in unless they didn't drink or eat, or carried a mortgage for half of their life. $10,000 was the price of one Shaolin, although a lot of the level 1 property's final price was bidded to $50,000, it was still far lower than the housing price of most cities. Trusting the reliability of Future Group's products, a lot of people paid with the idea of trying it out. Especially since Future Group did promise that if the buyer was unhappy with the experience or Penglai City ultimately was unsuccessful, they were willing to pay $20,000, double the initial price to purchase back the property in the buyer's hand. The term was written in the purchase agreement with Future Group putting its asset as collateral and letting the government of each country monitor it. The export-led business meant that Xi'an didn't need to rely on real estate nor sacrifice the benefit of its citizens to boost spending. The irreplaceable high-tech products made Xi'an's products impossible to be rejected by the international market. And the tourism industry developed by Penglai injected large quantity of fresh blood into the local economy. With such a natural advantage, Future Group didn't need to sacrifice its support in the country in order to bolster Xi'an's economy. Wall Street analysts' valuation of Future Group continued to skyrocket. A lot of investors even ran to Future Group's UAE subsidiary, waving bundles of cash. They were hoping to gift money to Future Group. With the persistent pestering of the media, Buffet expressed reluctantly that if Future Group was willing to go public on Nasdaq, his fund will consider adding Future Group stock as part of its portfolio. To the media's question of never touching Nasdaq tech stocks, he could only say to the public, there are always exceptions to the rule. We have to try to live a new life and accept new things. Do we not? I heard you need immigrants. The Saudi prince seemed to be very keen on his Oriental friend Jiang Chen and called him constantly. The population problem is indeed giving me a headache. Jiang Chen laughed. But the problem will soon be solved with the high demand in the housing pre-sale. After the completion of Penglai, the benefits of a growing population will be realized. As long as Future Group could digest the labor force in a timely manner, they will create value for Future Group 10 times the value created by Penglai. We have a bunch of homeless people, why don't I send them your way? Yarif offered generously. Are you helping me or are you screwing me over? Jiang Chen was speechless. Infectious diseases, poverty, religion extremists, violence, were all common among refugees. While Xi'an lacked people, they were not at the point where they were desperate for anyone. Ha ha ha, my friend. Why would I screw with you? It was just a joke. Yarif laughed. I heard you are building an ocean city on the West Pacific Ocean. That's right, are you interested? Extremely. Dubai has a new artificial island project with a price above 20 billion, is Future Group interested? Yarif asked. No need. We currently don't have experience operating internationally, it would be terrible if we fail you. Jiang Chen euphemistically rejected his proposal. Mentioning the bidding process before seeing the completed construction, Jiang Chen knew Yarif wanted to return the favor, but he didn't plan to use the favor here. Yarif smiled and didn't mention this further. If the level 5 property of your ocean city is up for sale, please tell me. I'm really intrigued by the Penglai city floating on the sea. Yarif didn't pronounce the words too clearly. Indeed. Open level 1 and 2 properties were open for pre-sale and part of commercial land. The former was targeted toward immigration while the latter was open to domestic citizens. Only when the indigenous people truly felt the reward will they stand on Future Group's side, protecting the skyscraper piled up with cash and willingly adding bricks and tiles to the massive empire. The level 3 property and above would gradually be put up for sale. As to the highest level 5 property, it was naturally targeted to the senior executives within Future Group as well as the most wealthy people around the world. Jiang Chen obviously wouldn't reject the rich Saudi client. The underwater project burned cash at a rate of $100 million per day. By the end of construction, it will have burned through $32 billion, which makes it the most expensive artificial floating island in the world. But at the same, it will be the most cost-effective and technologically advanced artificial island. 1. The novels discussed are all ancient Chinese historical novels. The oldest is dated more than 2,500 years ago. Yesterday at midnight, all 200,000 units of level 1 property were sold out with an average sell price of $111,000. The highest final price was $300,000. Xia Shiyu's voice shook as she reported to Jiang Chen, but she still tried to keep a stern expression. She didn't think that the project that burned through a lot of money would be so profitable. Before the construction was even complete, tens of billions were already in their hands and the majority of the capital cost was recovered. But she knew that the reason why the price was so high was partially due to the excessive coverage by the media, and partially due to the terrifying promotion capability of the virtual reality platform. One gifted Penglai City investment value while the other gave Penglai City enough room for imagination. Even a great branded product has the fear of not selling, not to mention one that is still under construction. But Jiang Chen didn't seem too pleased with the price. The price is bolstered to $300,000, it is almost close to the housing market in Hua. Jiang Chen was shocked. Based on his plan, even the level 3 property that would be open for sale were only starting at $200,000. The investor's energy was hard to believe, but the price being bolstered too high may not be beneficial for long-term benefits. This is the result of using user's ID to limit purchases. If we didn't restrict each user being able to only one level 1 or 2 properties, the average price probably would have doubled. Because of the purchase restriction, it decreased the appreciation potential of the property, Xia Shiyu said, pushing up her glasses. What about the level 2 property? Jiang Chen nodded and asked again. There were 100,000 units of level 2 property with a bidding price of $50,000, the size is 110 to 120 square meters, the primary target is the middle class. Xia Shiyu continued to report. All level 2 units were sold with an average price of $217,000, the highest price was $600,000. An average price of 10,850 renminbi per square meter. This is insane. Is this even the housing price of a new developed area? The location of the level 2 units are not even considered city center at all. Other than the concepts of a high-tech city, a tourism area, and a high degree of freedom, the investors didn't investigate other factors such as quality of life, education, transportation, work environment at all. Although Future Group accepted refunds, it was calculated based on the initial bidding price. Therefore, if someone purchased a level 2 property with $600,000, Future Group will only refund the starting bid of $100,000, unless it will be sold to an investor willing to take over. Some real estate developers proposed a partnership opportunity. They are willing to purchase 10,000 units of both level 1 and level 2 properties at the unit price of $200,000 and $400,000. They also promise to bolster the price of the remaining units to a price of $300,000 and $600,000, as long as we agree to lift the purchase restriction and permit everyone to possess 3 units of level 1 or level 2 properties. Xia Shiyu continued. The value created by a worker in a lifetime is far greater than the value created by a property. We are creating an endless gold mine. If we exchange the gold mine into cash too early, it will be too short-sighted. Jiang Chen sighed. When he was creating Penglai, he didn't plan to make it into a product. Although he admits that bolstering housing prices was the fastest way to make money. But if he really wanted money, why not just make Future Group public? This is the faster method. With Future Group's profitability, it can easily break the trillion mark. Wall Street investors came more than once to him, and even flew to Coral Island to wait for Jiang Chen at the door of Future Building. They wanted to convince him to go public on Nasdaq, and everyone believed Future Group's market cap would smash the trillion mark. This is my thought too, so I rejected them for you. Xia Xiyu grinned. From Jiang Chen's insistence of remaining private, she already understood his thought process. You know me the best. Jiang Chen nodded while looking at her. Ahem, Xia Xiyu coughed and looked away somewhat red. Then she changed the topic. Also, regarding the problem with commercial land, over 95% of our clients in the landmark building, the heart of the sea, applied to enter Penglai. These companies include hotel, dining, retail, and life sectors. But some companies hoped that the renovation could be done by their own people because of existing contracts. That's not possible, Jiang Chen shook his head. Penglai's construction material mostly uses bubble aluminum and graphene. The construction and renovation can only be done with construction robots. They'll have to renegotiate the contract. Xia Xiyu nodded. The last is education. We already sent out invitations to 12,300 top teachers from over 1,000 schools worldwide. But we didn't receive very positive responses. They seem to remain cautious in teaching internationally. Based on the construction plan of Penglai City, there will be 15 elementary schools, 10 junior highs, 8 high schools, and 1 university to provide education services to Xian. But the lack of a teaching force was a painful problem. It was easy to find elementary and junior high school teachers, but it was more problematic for high school. As to the university professors, only a few computer science professors researching robots and artificial intelligence accepted the invitation without hesitation. The professions with benefits, like doctors and teachers, naturally were influenced by qualification requirements and culture backgrounds, therefore their stance to immigrate were more cautious compared to other professions. We seem to have misunderstood something, Jiang Chen abruptly spoke. Aha. Xia Xiyu looked at him. Since we have the phantom helmet, why do you need to build schools? Jiang Chen asked. Xia Xiyu's eyes lit up, but soon her eyebrows furrowed again. I know what you mean. It is in theory possible to use virtual reality teaching to replace classroom teaching. But a school's purpose is not only to educate knowledge, it is also the window for children to get to know society. It is ultimately why online education will not replace classrooms. Jiang Chen shook his head. From some perspective, you're right. But from another, it is not completely correct. Jiang Chen paused. Since our group's name is Future, we are operating in the high-tech industry. Thus, as the management team, we must stand at the peak of the new era. Could you be more straightforward? Xia Xiyu asked. The con of online classroom is reducing the social interaction of children. But if we completely replicate everything in the actual classroom in virtual reality, is there really a reason why classrooms have to exist? We can completely replicate the classroom, podium, blackboard, and tables in virtual reality. Our teachers and students can freely enter the classroom from anywhere. The helmet is the key. But, that is too risky. Xia Xiyu shook her head. We haven't completely understood the side effect of replacing a classroom setting. And education is something that will require 5 or even 10 years to verify. I know. Jiang Chen sighed. It was indeed a risky choice. On the timeline of the apocalypse, PAC didn't even replace classrooms until the year 2270. He personally experienced it firsthand in the virtual reality inside Fallout Shelter 005. Despite being technologically advanced, PAC still maximized the amount of old traditions in people's daily lives. They could use the virtual reality study system to master a skill quickly, but they prevented any students below high school to use this system. They thought that pushing a person too fast will exhaust a person's potential. The education the student received may help them become a skilled engineer, but they will never be an innovative scientist. Scientific thought process could only be obtained through exploration, and exploration could be experienced by studying. Without him noticing, Jiang Chen realized that he became someone that could influence the development of civilization. The 22nd century was a mirror where he was fortunate enough to see the other side, but there was no need to go on the old path. He took a deep breath, suppressed the odd emotion in his mind, and expressed his decision with an undertone. Cancel the previous plan of building elementary, junior high, and high schools, change the original building locations into a square, gymnasium and other facilities. Set Penglai City as the pilot city for basic education in virtual reality. All students within Penglai will use the student version of Phantom to receive basic education. Teachers don't need to immigrate to Xi'an. They only need to pass through the hiring process set by the Penglai Education Department before being permitted to teach at any location and receive the agreed salary. Education content will be monitored and audited by both human and artificial intelligence, and any non-qualified content will result in deduction of a teacher's score. When a teacher's score reaches 0, and teacher's qualification is removed. Also, student examination will be done offline and recorded into their personal profile. The class distribution software will divide student based on race and hometown to learn basic knowledge with teacher of the same mother tongue. All students must command the official language as well as another language. Based on the student and parents' willingness, small quantities of international class and advanced class will be established for special education. All basic education will be required to volunteer in public facilities such as squares and gymnasiums, and all credits must be met before being permitted to complete the semester. Virtual reality classroom and virtual reality social program will be developed by future technology. University will be taught offline using the current education method. That's all, for now. Using virtual reality to teach, but not using the virtual reality study system and instead replicating the traditional classroom. It was an attempt different from that world. Chapter 6:16 It's time. Penglai City continued to spark attention on international media and social media platforms, and the most direct impact to Xi'an was the exponentially increasing amount of tourism. The number rose from 200,000 at the beginning of the month to 410,000 by June of that year, equating to an increase of 205%. It was certainly heavenly news for future tourism CEO, Wei Yun. Following the increase in tourism, part of the Ci's financial report could easily break the $200 million promised to Jiang Chen with ease. The remaining 200,000 square meters of leasing space was fought over by major international retailers. Clients who were already settled in were secretly glad they made the decision early to buy at the dip when Coral Island's traffic was low. Otherwise, they would be fighting like their colleagues over a few square meters of retail space. An enormous amount of pedestrian traffic packed the luxurious landmark building, but despite the crowdedness, people were still eager to visit this symbol of luxury and comfort. This wasn't only the case for Heart of the Sea, people were also eager to explore the beaches of Coral Island, the narrow sandy islands, and the complex sea maze. The tourists all uploaded their vacation photos onto their social media accounts and expressed their fascination with the area. For example, they posted onto their Moments page on WeChat. This place is no different than my hometown. The air is just fresher, the environment is more beautiful, the roads are wider, the internet speed is faster, the housing prices are unbelievable. The official language of this place is the same as my hometown, I feel like I'm in the Hawaii of the East. For example, on Twitter. This place has permanently free Wi-Fi that covers the entire country. Oh God, this is heaven for us. Our president should really learn from Jiang Chen, our state should have permanently free Wi-Fi inside our borders. Does she not know we'll die if we don't have Wi-Fi? For example, on Facebook. This is so hot, so much hotter than Moscow. I have to drink champagne all day just to cool off. Burp, I swear, I'm only drinking so I can cool off. I'm not drunk at all. Are you not going to try? I heard their champagne is made with tropical fruits, this is so addicting, of course, people were most interested in the rumored Penglai city. Was the city currently under construction really as magical as Future Group described it to be? Smart travel agencies who smelled business opportunities from the public's curiosity introduced scuba diving activities near the West Pacific Ocean. The theme of these scuba diving tours was to explore the mysterious Penglai city. Because it was a military zone, personnel not associated with the area weren't permitted to approach the construction sites, but celestial trade didn't evict the civilian ships outside the territory. This was Jiang Chen's decision. People were filled with curiosity or suspicion about the mysterious Penglai city. If they managed to satisfy the curiosity of tourists and resolve their suspicions that Future Group was hyping up something fake, they would definitely pass the information back to their own countries and become firm supporters of the tale of Penglai. If celestial trade hindered tourists from coming, it could kill off their interest toward the country. And Xi'an needs tourists. Especially since normal scuba diving equipment couldn't submerge to a depth of 500 meters, there was no concern that tourists could interfere with the construction. However, if they approached the material drop-off zones or went directly above the construction sites, celestial trade's submerged devices would evict them. Under the guise of safety concerns. But because there were too many tourists, soldiers couldn't keep up with the traffic, so Ivan had to report the status to Jiang Chen. It was fine. Jiang Chen immediately gathered all travel agencies with business in Xi'an and held a brief meeting. It was concluded that it was okay to tour Penglai, but viewings were only permitted to occur in the outer radius of the construction. Once any travel agencies were caught taking tourists inside the military zone, the tourists wouldn't be punished, but the guilty travel agency would be documented. After 3 occurrences, the travel agency would be on Future Tourism's blacklist. Being on the blacklist meant there would be no way for them to continue to conduct travel business in Xi'an. After the meeting, the bosses of the travel agencies immediately called for internal meetings back at their own companies. From today onward, all scuba diving equipment touring ships visiting Penglai City would be connected with a rope. While the rope was heavily criticized by scuba diving enthusiasts, it was a rule strictly enforced by all travel agencies. The reason was that no one wanted to get on the wrong side of the giant Future Group. Time quickly flew to mid-June. With summer approaching, the tourism industry welcomed a peak period. What was more exciting was that on Future Tourism's official site, the first level 4 unit was open for bidding. It was a 3-story mansion located on the beach sitting on the outermost ring of Penglai City. It was built with a garage, pool, and a private dock for a small private yacht. The starting bid price was $5 million. Penglai City's housing prices skyrocketed and the unbelievable speed of appreciation made the people who lost the opportunity to purchase properties resentful and envious. This time, no one wanted to miss the opportunity. With Future Tourism's purposeful marketing scheme, the not-so-luxurious mansion was sold at a price of $70 million. Because units above level 3 had no purchase restrictions, it made all investors who believed in the value of Penglai drool over the property. Combined with level 1 and 2 unit as well as the commercial spaces sold previously, it brought an astonishing $61.7 billion in revenue to Future Group. In Xia Shiyu's words, it was like robbing money. The tightened cash flow situation because of the construction of the new Malaysia Special District and Penglai City was quickly alleviated by this injection of capitals. While the pre-sale of Penglai's real estate was a miracle, Future Heavy Industries Shaolin also demonstrated a stellar performance. With the completion of the new Malaysia Special District, over 500,000 units of Shaolin were manufactured monthly. Its monthly net income also broke the $1 billion mark. Shaolin managed to completely dominate the home robot and adult toy markets. With the intention of building off this momentum, Future Heavy Industries announced to the media that it would cooperate with Future Biology to develop medical robots to deliver clinical doctors to everyone's homes. The Phantom Helmet, housework robots, and pure electric vehicles with high mileage, a lot of people began to develop a taste of the future in their daily lives. While they were enjoying the rapid speed of innovation, everyone was contemplating something in their minds. What would Future Group change next? Their sights shifted back to future biology, which had entered the medical industry. The vaccine for the T virus was shipped to 11 countries worldwide. While people's fear began to retreat with the passage of time, the 200,000 vaccine units produced per month far exceeded the market demand. The entire vaccine market was split by Future Biology and Tanaka Pharmaceutical. After 5 months, quite a few other pharmaceutical companies also managed to develop similar antivirus medications. Some companies even stated that they controlled the technology to turn zombies back into humans, but there were no zombies now to prove the efficacy of their technology. Jiang Chen scorned the idea since even the apocalypse didn't have the technology to revive the dead, let alone pharmaceutical companies in the modern world. Humans were dead the moment their immune systems were destroyed by the T virus, the infected hosts were long deceased from this world. People who stated they could revive humans were only trying to build off the publicity. Kurofune seemed to have gone into a period of hiding. The ghost agent sent to Yodo didn't manage to find any traces of Kurofune but reported an interesting piece of information. CIB was contacting the Nippon government and was currently in the process of investigating Tanaka Pharmaceutical. At the same time, the CIB agents searching for the fighter jet pilot on MLL Island also began to retreat. The UA seemed to have noticed something. While Jiang Chen didn't know if it was for better or worse, he didn't have the energy to figure it out. He had been directing his energy in the modern world for too long. According to Sun Jiao, things on the apocalypse side were well rested, and resting any more would cause the muzzles in the soldiers' hands to rust. It was time to start expanding. Chapter 617. But why did he feel almost thrilled at the same time? The TV in the dining room was playing the news. Jiang Chen got into the habit of watching the news during breakfast when he came to Koro Island. Lately, he always saw Future Group in the news. We welcome Xian's Ocean City project with our warmest wishes. The two countries are connected by blood with inseparable cultural ties. Penglai will become the point of cultural and economic exchange between us, and we hope that the two countries can continue to develop through peace and achieve eternal friendship. Jiang Chen turned off the TV and shoved the last bit of scrambled eggs into his mouth. Then he went back to his room to change before heading outside. He didn't need to go to work today. Precisely speaking, he wouldn't go to work in the next few months. Everything in the apocalypse was taken care of. The development of the new Malaysia Special District was on the right track, along with the mining operation in Moro taken over by Future Mining, and a triangular industry chain was established between Anj Island, MLL Island, and Papua Island. There was nothing Jiang Chen needed to strategize further. After nearly a year of rest, things in the apocalypse were ready. It was time to expand the territory of NAC. When he arrived at the gate, the modified Lamborghini was waiting for him at the door. Aisha was in the car. Her suited appearance with sunglasses looked sharp as always. After Jiang Chen entered the car, Aisha drove off. Where are we going? The underground warehouse. Are you transporting supplies to that side? Aha. I'll probably be gone for a bit longer this time. I'll have to count on you to take care of things on this side. Aisha's delicate fingers took off her sunglasses. She turned her face and met Jiang Chen's request with earnestness. She nodded. Don't worry. Whenever Jiang Chen traveled to the apocalypse, only Aisha could get into contact with him. If he had to make a decision on behalf of Future Group, Xia Xiyu would message Aisha before Aisha relayed the information to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen trusted Aisha, and she never betrayed his trust. The vehicle soon drove onto the ferry at the port before arriving at Anj Island. The car drove along the highway for 10 kilometers before coming to a stop in a quiet rural area. Beside the Anj Mountain in the middle of Anj Island was a small military inspection station. Behind the inspection station was a hollow cave. After the modification of construction robots, the cave was composed of tens of thousands of square meters of interior space. The place was previously used to store the BM-21 purchased from Russia. After the successful development of Fireball 1, the secret warehouse was temporarily abandoned. Afterward, because Xian gradually obtained recognition of the international press, UA and other countries increased their intelligence-gathering work in Xian. To avoid secrets being leaked, the previous warehouses at the South Port were abandoned. Therefore, this warehouse was officially renamed Xian National Strategic Supplies Reserve Center and became the distribution center between the two worlds. Every week, food and mining supplies were transported into the cave. There were also occasional container-sealed kinetic skeletons, power armors, and Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannons being transported out and shipped to New Moon Island. Aside from the 4 celestial trade soldiers stationed at the gate and Jiang Chen, no one else was permitted to approach the inspection station. The highest level of security was offered inside the cave. 5 reptile robots and 10 Python drones were used to patrol the area and attack any unidentified units attempting to enter the cave. The transportation of supplies was conducted through the construction robots with a maximum security level. With the disguise of the mountain, even spy satellites couldn't get a glimpse of their activities. UA experts suspected that the location was a secret military factory of celestial trade since there were living supplies and manufacturing supplies being transported in and military equipment transported out, but the CIB agents were still clueless about the internal structure. No one could sneak in with the intensive security measures. Aisha stayed outside to keep watch while Jiang Chen walked into the cave alone. After he delivered everything, he still needed to return to the mansion as he wanted to make his travel point his home, not the desolated cave. Jiang Chen gazed at the warehouse full of supplies. He picked up the supplies list from the construction robot and briefly glanced through it. 800 tons of grain products, 400 tons of easy-to-store vegetables, 300 tons of dairy products, 200 tons of canned food, 100 tons of preserved food, and fresh meat stuffed into tens of giant freezers, as well as some snacks. For some strange reason, spicy strips sold extremely well on the wasteland. The evil food made out of preservatives and gluten had long gone extinct in the 22nd century, but it was reintroduced by Jiang Chen as an interdimensional traveler. Of course, this was out of the context of the story. Jiang Chen sighed at the mountain of supplies and put on the bracelet designed by Lin Lin. Once the Garden of Eden was completed, this general no longer needed to be a farm mover. The supplies from the modern world were still piled in the backyard of the mansion. NAC officials were no longer shocked by their general's ability to magically transport supplies from the outside. It wasn't that no one was interested, but people were afraid to probe deeper. They were afraid that if they learned something they shouldn't have known, the private force may shut them up for good. Jiang Chen handed the list to Wang Qin, then returned to his bedroom before traveling back to the modern world. When he returned to his home in the modern world, he laid down on this bed and adjusted his save point before initiating travel again. As soon as he came back to the wasteland and before he could gain his footing, he was chewed on by Sun Jiao, who flew toward him. With the warmth pressed against his chest and gorgeous face in front of his eyes, Jiang Chen's breaths began to shorten and his mind turned flirtatious. If it wasn't for someone else standing beside them, he would have had the impulse to finish her right here. Sister has been missing you dearly since you haven't been on this side for a long time. She's been thinking, what if he doesn't want to come back to this side anymore? Is he unhappy that he didn't get to eat the small animal? She also says, don't leave, at night, along with some other strange murmurs at night. Sun Xiao, in a light purple dress, stood there with her hands behind her back with a pure smile on her face. Shut up, idiot. Sun Jiao gave her sister a hard stare, but the response she got was just her sister's pure and innocent look. The two sisters were both mischievous and naughty. Sorry. Jiang Chen hugged her slim but athletic waist and gave apologies to the beauty in his arms. Although he had visited this side in the past half year, had dinner with the girls, shared intimate moments with Sun Jiao and Sun Xiao, examined the work of NAC, observed the training of the 3 divisions, and took away high-tech products. But just as Sun Xiaoro said, he hadn't been here for a long time. Since he set his focus on the modern world and the political crisis of MLL Island made him exert too much energy. During negotiations with UA, he almost threw all his chips on the bargaining table. The quantum satellites, robots, and Penglai all made him completely occupied. I don't want to listen to your apologies. Sun Jiao gazed into his pupils with her arms around his neck. Aha, Jiang Chen gently kissed her lips. He sensed her affection. Their lips parted. Sun Jiao curled in front of Jiang Chen's chest and her eyes briefly scanned her sister behind her out of embarrassment before quickly looking away. Garden of Eden is almost complete, the environment here can't be worse compared to your home. The next words came out with great difficulty, could you, not abandon this side? How could I abandon this side? This was his second home. Whoa! So devious. I want to kiss brother-in-law as well. Sun Xiaoro timidly shook her dress and blinked playfully at Jiang Chen. Ahem, could you not call me that? Jiang Chen facepalmed. The title brother-in-law made him feel extremely guilty. But why did he feel almost thrilled at the same time? With a cute pink apron around her waist and dressed in a pair of white rabbit slippers, Yao Yao brought out some steamy hot pot in excitement and walked in front of the table with hasty steps. Yao Yao had always been the meticulous one. On the contrary, Lin Lin was the complete opposite. With a pair of chopsticks in her hands, Lin Lin stared at the fresh vegetables and meat with a delicate tongue half hidden between her lips. Whoa! We have hot pot. Delicious hot pot, don't just wait to eat, help Yao Yao out. Jiang Chen took apart the packaged food magically, and lay the beef strips, still with ice shards present, onto the plate. Jiang Chen mocked Lin Lin, who was staring eagerly at the food. The preservation function of the storage dimension was extremely powerful. No, it's okay. Yao Yao's face quickly turned red when Jiang Chen showed care for her. Her lips murmured, it doesn't take a lot of people to prepare hot pot, having Sister Xiaoro to help is more than enough. Did you hear that? Yao Yao said it's okay. Lin Lin proudly lifted her chin. Jiang Chen looked at her, speechless. He didn't understand she had to be proud of. Just as Yao Yao said, preparing hot pot didn't require a complicated procedure. The family gathered around the dinner table. It didn't take long before the soup began to boil. Lin Lin's actions were swift as she put vegetables into the hot pot. It gave her satisfaction to see the food she put into the hot pot turn into deliciousness as someone who didn't know how to cook. This was the joy of eating hot pot. Of course, the most fulfilling part about eating hot pot was the family gathering together to talk while sitting together. Jiang Chen was glad he chose to reveal the secret to Sun Jiao and Yao Yao and stopped weaving a beautiful lie. One lie would lead to 10 more lies to keep up the lie. The moment the lie is exposed, the rift created with the people one cared about isn't something that could be fixed with mere apologies. Unlike now, Jiang Chen was able to sit in front of the dinner table and use a casual tone to freely discuss what happened in that world. He looked at their envious expressions and listened to their opinions about this other world. Jiang Chen spoke about Future Group, MLL Island, and finally, Kurofun. Kurofun. How could someone be so dumb? If they want to become bugs, just do it themselves. Sun Jiao popped out her tongue and tossed a spicy beef strip into her already reddened mouth before she chewed with joy. Compared to the herbivore, Yao Yao, Sun Jiao was the definition of a carnivore. Of course, because of the effects of the genetic vaccine on metabolism, she would never get fat from eating. Well, that's not entirely accurate. Compared to her sister, Sun Xiaoro's opinion was more compassionate. I heard that before the war, NATO used democracy to launch a propaganda attack against PAC and successfully caused a riot in Southeast Asia. Sister Junhua led a mechanized infantry to suppress the riot there. A riot is different from Kurofun. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. It's the same. Lin Lin put down her chopsticks. With a casual tone, she said, humans have always had unrealistic fantasies about the outside world. Conquering foreign provinces, foreign countries, and now, escalating to extraterrestrial civilizations on a cosmic scale, it's the same thing. How could they live? How could they solve the problem we're facing? That's something to long for. That's basically the idea. Distance creates beauty, and any fascination with beauty is almost always blind. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin with surprise. Why are you looking at me? Lin Lin began to feel embarrassed under Jiang Chen's direct stare, her face began to heat up as she responded with a hard stare. I didn't think Lin Lin would say something so deep. A smile appeared on Sun Jiao's face as she joked. Yao Yao also nodded with agreement and looked at Yao Yao in disbelief. That's enough. I'm a scientist at least. Don't look at me like that, I'm older than all of you guys added together. And I'm not the type that slept for 20 years. Lin Lin, covered in a red hue, spoke while tossing about her tiny fists. Everyone began to laugh. Sun Xiaoro, who was sitting beside Lin Lin, gently caressed her head. For a girl, being old isn't something to brag about. Lin Lin's mouth pouted while she relished Sun Xiaoro's caress. She didn't say anything else. Sun Jiao took a swig of the coke and said nonchalantly, the world beyond the stars seems to be far away. Yes, it's hard to imagine, Yao Yao agreed in a meager voice. Compared to distances in space, distances in time is even more fascinating. I don't even know if I'll be able to see the final showdown in 100 years, Jiang Chen joked. That might not be true. Lin Lin's ears wiggled and she raised her head. There are plenty of ways to increase your lifespan. She turned her head out of shyness and said with textbook tsundere, since, if you die too early, I'll get bored. The life of digitalized humans was much longer than humans. The more sophisticated the modifications, the longer the lifespan. Jiang Chen took a moment to process that before he chuckled. Why are you laughing? Lin Lin was slightly angry. Lin Lin is a very honest girl, Xiaoro said with a smile. Her eyes radiated an intrigued light. Yao Yao will also be lonely. Yao Yao raised her hand with courage without backing down. Because of her delayed growth, Yao Yao, who was supposed to be undergoing puberty, hadn't grown at all. Based on what Lin Lin said, with her current growth speed, she would still be a little lowly in 10 years. In theory, her life would also be long. Sun Jiao sighed and said with her usual straightforwardness, then everyone will live forever together. Sister, from a different perspective, eternal life is also a curse. Xiaoro's words had a more profound meaning. Is that so? Living eternally is considered a curse. Sun Jiao said without feeling bothered. But to be with someone interesting, even for an eternity, it wouldn't be boring. Right? Xiaoro peeked at Jiang Chen before letting out a sigh. Eternal life. For people with power, it was indeed attractive. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the secret about eternal life from Bo Yu at the Dusk Church. He suddenly looked at Sun Jiao and asked, Sun Jiao, where is your home? Fallout Shelter 071. Fallout Shelter 071. Oh, well, it should be near Hucheng. Why? Sun Jiao chewed while tilting her head to think. I made up my mind. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up. The destination we'll conquer will be Hucheng. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen peculiarly as she swallowed down her food. Are you sure? Hucheng is 500 kilometers from here. The path was filled with zombies, mutants, raiders, mutated humans, and cannibals. Powerful lone travelers or a merchant fleet protected by mercenaries might purposely traverse such a long distance while barely managing to survive, but in order for a large unit like an army to travel such a long distance, it created an immense logistical pressure. But Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Don't forget, we have a steel airship. Hundreds of meters in the air, the NAC flag waved. The first ray of light scattered in the darkness of the night. The light of the dawn lit up the steel monster. Airship, AS, order. The word was engraved on the polished steel surface. It was a monster that conquered the sky. The steel chimney on its back blew out white clouds and the extended cannon barrel on the bottom fearsomely aimed straight ahead. It was a specialized electromagnetic pulse cannon designed for AS order, known as the Hammer of Order. It could launch bombs up to 100 kilograms in weight with a firing angle of up to -70 degrees. The fire suppression range could reach an astounding 350 kilometers. It was the primary long-distance weapon used by AS order. The bottom was equipped with hive-shaped Fireball 1 launchers capable of unloading 200 rounds of missiles per minute to unleash devastating attacks on long-distance ground targets while making the friendly logistic team cry and suffer. For 12.76 mm anti-air machine guns made up for deficiencies in close-range combat. 2 anti-missile laser devices could intercept most missiles. These were all the weapons on AS order. Due to its massive size, low mobility, and lack of protection in the air, AS order could only provide limited firepower at a great distance from the battlefield. But aside from providing firepower, this steel monster's strength was in providing long-range transportation. As an aerial aircraft carrier, it allowed for the quick deployment of land forces. On the danger-filled soil, no other unit flying above the clouds was suited for long-distance travel. Power armors, kinetic skeletons, rifles, RPGs, ammunition. Countless numbers of weapons were loaded into the belly of the monster through slings to complete battle preparations. Out of space-saving considerations, the airship was only supplied with liquid food. The nutrient supply produced in Eng Island had far superior taste and nutrients compared to the nutrient supply made out of zombie juice and mutant fruits from the 6th Street. Be careful. You're loading combustion bombs. If you make any mistakes, I promise you'll turn into fine dust. A supervisor with an official cap yelled at the elevator. He ordered the few slaves to load the missiles onto the sling before pressing the bell. Following a weak electric static noise, the sling was hauled onto the airship. At the top of the observation tower in Camp 27, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes while observing the airship from afar. Why don't we use robots? Wang Xiaowu stood by the general. He immediately responded to the question. Based on what Wang Qin said, in order to prevent problems, we need to find things for the slaves to do. Jiang Chen nodded. It made sense. But compared to the rapid expansion of the modern world, the apocalypse possessed technology without the ability to convert it into production. Just looking at the people manually transporting the supplies, it was hard to imagine that this was the 22nd century. For example, with continuous supplies from MLL Island and New Malaysia District, Eng Island's robot factory could produce up to 500,000 robots per month. Although the housework robots' technological capabilities weren't high, compared to the service robots from 6th Street, it could be considered a functional toy. But the factories on 6th Street weren't anywhere close to producing up to 500,000 units. It was the same for the Phantom helmet. If they didn't use 3D printing and without considering the cost, they could, at most, produce 1 million units per month, but the production in the modern world was 20 times that number. At the same time, the modern world's technology couldn't produce the T-Series power armor and K1 kinetic skeleton. While the production capabilities of the apocalypse were low, the process and manufacturing technology was ridiculously high. How are preparations for the conquering going? Jiang Chen asked. We can depart at any time, Wang Xiaowu answered while standing tall. Jiang Chen nodded again. He was pleased with Wang Xiaowu's work and it made feel more assured about this long-distance journey. From the beginning of the year, NAC conducted spring recruitment with each division expanding from 2,000 people to 5,000 people. The entire NAC's force now consisted of 15,000 people, which made them a substantial force in Asia. After his return, he adjusted the deployment of the 3 divisions. From the 6th Street to Xinxiang Town, the 1st Division, led by Cheng Weiguo, was responsible for the defense of the entire Wanghai region. Cheng Weiguo was one of the first survivors who followed him, and he became the division leader of the Fishbone base. Jiang Chen didn't need to worry with him guarding the home base. The 3rd Division was led by Zhao Gang, another survivor who followed Jiang Chen since the inception of the Fishbone base. He seldom spoke and prioritized relationships above all. Jiang Chen helped him, and in return, he swore allegiance to Jiang Chen. After this adjustment, he was stationed in Jia City and guarded the southwest corridor to Wanghai as well as important trade routes to the south. This mission was given to the 2nd Division. While the 500 tons of payload wasn't small, the load associated with every individual soldier approached 200 kilograms. This included the equipment, ammunition, and supplies, not to mention the weight of the soldier. In order to maximize its battle capabilities, the massive airship was only made up of 400 soldiers, 50 crew members and 20 logistics members. At the same time, the supplies of the steel airship were carried by non-combat blimps. All the soldiers chosen to participate in the conquering were the elites of the 2nd Division. They previously participated in the mutant flood, rescued Fishbone base, attacked the city center, and were all seasoned veterans. They were equipped to their teeth with kinetic skeletons with impeccable equipment and morale. Jiang Chen acted as the captain with Wang Jiwu second in charge. After the end of the conquering, the next captain and second in charge would be chosen based on their achievements in battle. At the same time, the airship would be preserved as an independent battle unit outside of the 3 divisions, like the Hunter Division. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he watched the ascending dawn and airship in the middle of preparations. His mind was filled with mixed emotions, with a curvature appearing on his mouth. "General, please examine the soldiers." Wang Jiwu stood firmly beside Jiang Chen. It was the 3rd time Jiang Chen nodded. He turned around and faced the uniformed soldiers in the square of Camp 27 as well as their countless raised heads. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He allowed the raging blood in his chest to unleash with his roar. "Gentlemen! I like war." Without extraneous words, without uplifting commitments, Order's curtain was brutally ripped apart. To bring civilization to shambles. To put the shackle of order on the barbarians there. To use the weapons in hand to spread the flag of NAC to the heart of the wasteland. Jiang Chen was met with thunderous roars as well as rifles raised high. "War! War!" The soldiers' roars pierced through the air above Camp 27. The slaves transporting the supplies stopped their work, trembling and dumbfounded as they gazed in the direction of the camp. The soldiers on patrol placed their fists in front of the emblem on their chests, silently raised their hands in front of their forehead, and saluted to their departing comrades. The roars echoed in the square and in the hearts of every NAC citizen. The salutes from the residents of Camp 27 from the bottom of their hearts demonstrated their respect to the parting soldiers and their general. Standing at the front of the row, Han Junhua, who was looking at Jiang Chen, carried an apathetic expression under her cap. With her right hand gently squeezed in front of her chest, Yu Lu's gaze staring at the observation tower was mixed with a hint of intoxication. Everyone boarded the airship. With a mixture of emotions, the soldiers bid farewell to their families and stepped onto the deck of Order after taking the elevator. Under the watchful gaze of the survivors of Wanghai, the steel monster ascended, broke through the depressing clouds, and began to move toward the heart of the wasteland. Inside the captain's room, Jiang Chen made orders through the radio. Angle 220 degrees, speed 40 knots, push forward. This is the power room, Roger. The turbine engine output has been increased to 75%, engine ramped up. With the force from the turbines at the end wings, the airship adjusted its course. Following a negligible vibration, it began to accelerate. At the same time, Captain Jiang Chen, second in charge Wang Zhaowu, advisor Han Junhua, and captain of the General Protective Force, Sun Xiaoro, were inside the captain's room. War was always the best method to increase one's reputation, and it was the only way for Jiang Chen, who couldn't appear in front of the public often, to maintain his reputation. Therefore, he decided to take on the role of captain on AS order and lead this conquering. With the procedure completed and flight course set, everyone returned to their rooms, leaving only Wang Xiaowu inside the captain's room. Right now, standing inside the tiny room, Sun Xiaoro stared at the clouds outside the small circular window inside. We only managed to be together for such a short period of time before having to separate. Sister Sama must be sad being at home alone. Based on the recommendations of advisor Han Junhua, Jiang Chen accepted her proposal after careful deliberation. Based on the intelligence brought back by Zhao Chenwu, Hucheng wasn't occupied by a powerful military force and lacked anti-air weapons that posed a threat to order. Therefore, the risk of this conquering was low and presented significance in terms of establishing a point of influence outside the province. This was the first time NAC stepped out of Suong province. Thus, their first time should be under the name of the general. But Sun Jiao, as Miss General, had strong opinions about Jiang Chen leaving immediately after coming back. She demanded Jiang Chen to bring her along. Of course, Jiang Chen wanted to bring her. But without him there, someone had to remain at the office of the general. Only Sun Jiao could play that role. Therefore, Sun Jiao had to take a step back and allowed her sister to accompany Jiang Chen on her behalf. She was meant to protect Jiang Chen's safety since Sun Xiaoro's combat abilities weren't bad. The other goal was to prevent him from doing anything unsafe. Sister Sama is a peculiar way to call her. Jiang Chen, standing beside the table, flipped through the notebook in his arms while commenting nonchalantly. The notebook included the things he had to be aware of during this trip to Hucheng, the intelligence collected by Zhao Chenwu's merchant fleets, and information on the mercenary union managed by Zhou Guoping. Empire and equals, Federation equals, R equals, the equals, 2 equals, local equals, forces equals, fighting equals, over equals, control equals, of equals, the equals, Hucheng equals, nuclear equals, fusion equals, station equals, note equals, our equals, strategy equals, could equals, be equals, to equals, form equals, and equals, alliance equals, with equals, one equals, or equals, destroy equals, both equals. The last note wasn't written on paper but remembered in Jiang Chen's heart. Speaking of which, the bedroom of the captain is quite big. Sun Xiaoro's hands were behind her back. She strolled to the soft bed before patting the bedsheet. Due to space-saving considerations, normal rooms slept 4 people. Aside from a 2-foot-wide walkway, there was only a table beside the window along with 2 bunk beds attached to the wall. Rather than say they were beds, they were more like sleeping bags. Only senior officials could sleep in a room alone, but their rooms were still extremely small with the beds only slightly better than sleeping bags. Only the captain's room was slightly more spacious with room to store some private luggage. Aha! I'm hungry. When are we going to eat? Aha! Sun Xiaoro was clearly displeased with Jiang Chen's reaction, but she wasn't discouraged. With her hands behind her back, she gently walked behind Jiang Chen. She bent down and whispered into his ear. It's a rare chance for us to be alone. Why are you so boring? Her warm breath blew into his ear, turning Jiang Chen's neck into a shade of red. A smirk appeared on Sun Xiaoro's face while she stared at his red earlobe. She enjoyed the feeling of bullying the person her sister liked, seeing him blush because of her. This ambiguous sense of morality gave her an inexplicable joy. Judging by how they treated food, it was evident how the 2 sisters differed in personality and attitude toward life. With a piece of delicious cake, compared to her sister's way of stuffing the cake with 1 bite, Xiaoro enjoyed smearing the sweet vanilla around her lips and using her tongue to slowly savor the taste. Jiang Chen started to have a reaction. He closed his notebook. Or rather, when Sun Xiaoro seductively straightening the bed, Jiang Chen was already resisting. Since he still needed to discuss the strategy with Han Junhua later, He thought it would be disrespectful to smell weird. But the warm breaths in his ear blew away the rationality in his mind. Brother-in-law. No, you can't do this. You've only been separated from sister for less than an hour. With her back smashed against the bed, Sun Xiao lightly pushed Jiang Chen while naughtily escalating the situation and playing innocent at the same time. The uniform on her body made her uncomfortable and her voice was intermixed with a soft moan. Could you not refer to me like that? Jiang Chen said fiercely. The word made him feel guilty. Although Sun Xiao couldn't move under Jiang Chen, she still blinked playfully. Nope. You'll regret it. What are you doing? Brother, Wu. The tense giggle soon turned into a seductive shout and echoed inside the steel room. Along with the engine roaring outside the window, the sound traveled further and further 10,000 meters in the air, /Empire. The airship quickly left Wanghai behind. When it flew above the Taifu River, a lot of soldiers saw with their EP the Garden of Eden captured by the observation pod. It was a semi-spherical structure several kilometers in diameter. The transparent graphene board reflected a colorful ray under the afternoon sun. The serving NAC soldiers more or less heard about how the Garden of Eden could recreate the most stunning scenery from before the war. The survivors also heard that they could experience life before the war through virtual reality, but in the heart of the survivors, they still wished they could really live in that environment and not lie among shambles while reminiscing the past. After finishing with Sun Xiao, who couldn't even move her finger, Jiang Chen tucked her in and organized his clothes before leaving the room. He still needed to discuss the point of landing and contacting the different forces with Han Junhua. When Jiang Chen pushed open the door of the conference room, Han Junhua was already standing in front of the long table. It seemed like he had been waiting for a while. Sorry, I'm late. Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head, pretending to act calm while stepping inside. No worries. Han Junhua didn't seem to mind. He pressed a button on the table and opened the hologram map. But just then, she suddenly sniffed and looked at Jiang Chen expressionlessly. There is a weird smell. Did you put on cologne? No, Jiang Chen facepalmed and then coughed to divert the topic. Let's not talk about this and get to the point. I want to listen to your opinion regarding this mission. Han Junhua nodded, put her hands in front of chest, and pointed the laser pen on the map. Based on the information brought back by the Zhao Corporation merchant fleet, there are a total of 310,000 survivors in Hucheng with a medium-level mutant threat and a high density of raiders. The west bank of Panyang Lake is scattered with some farms producing mostly mutated fruits, as well as bullet shell grains transported from Wu City. Also, because it is the capital of the province, a lot of technological resources and damaged production equipment worth collecting are buried underneath the shambles. Based on the plan, the first step is to establish a military outpost locally to create a supply point. The second step is to establish an airship landing tower near the post and then set up a survivors' camp there as the last step. Han Junhua put her arms in front of her chest again. Her voice still pierced with the unchanging coldness of the frozen glacier. The fourth step is eliminating the mutant nests and declare control of the Hucheng area. Any resistance will be wiped out. War is always the best diplomatic strategy on the wasteland without order. Jiang Chen concurred with Han Junhua's strategy. But if possible, he still wanted to approach this with peace. Although he declared, "I like war," in front of the soldiers, to be honest, he didn't think war is ever good. Permanent residents. That's more than double Wanghai's population, Jiang Chen exclaimed at the numbers on the map. Not necessarily. After absorbing slaves from the giant slave pit, the population of 6th Street reached 80,000. Without considering the shadow population, the total population has exceeded 200,000 already, Han Junhua said. Looking at the labels of the few survivor camps, Jiang Chen continued to ask. What's your recommendation on Empire and Federation? Befriend one side, disrupt the balance of the local forces. After disrupting the situation, establish a new order, Han Junhua said without changing her expression. Does it need to be this problematic? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. This is related to logistics and supplies. The airship's payload is limited. While housing 500 individuals, it can carry kinetic skeletons, power armors, Aurora 20s, and transport helicopters. There are only 5 rounds of the 100-kilogram bombs with around 200 missiles on board, Han Junhua continued. Don't we have light blimps supplying us? This is then a cost problem, Han Junhua said. If possible, before we establish a supply point, we have to do our best to collect supplies. Including the construction material of the material outpost and the airship landing tower. So we have to contact the local forces, Jiang Chen said deep in thought while scratching his chin. Obtaining supplies was not difficult for him. It was not possible on the airship because of the payload restriction. But on land, he just needed to return to the modern world to be able to obtain a large number of supplies. That's right. Han Junhua nodded. On the other hand, based on the consideration that we're planning to conquer the place and not raid or destroy it, we must limit the battle to a certain degree. The discussion of the future for the Hucheng survivors quickly came to an end. When Jiang Chen returning to the bedroom, he was surprised to discover that Sun Xiaoro tidied up the messy room. Her previous restrictive uniform became a casual purple long dress. If it were not for the unnatural blush on her face, it was difficult to spot a trace of that battle. You've recovered already? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Not at all, my body is still sore. You're so rough, brother. Sun Xiaoro's face quickly turned red when looking at Jiang Chen's half-smiling expression before she closed her mouth. With her state now, she had no energy left to make dirty jokes. It's dinner time now. That's right. Are you not going to go back and drink your nutrient supply now? Jiang Chen jokingly said. Brother-in-law is the best. Sun Xiaoro with a grin, hugged herself around Jiang Chen's arm, and timidly rubbed her face on his arm. Jiang Chen heard the abnormal vocabulary again as he rolled his eyes with defeat. He then magically took out 2 pizza boxes. He purchased them from the restaurant of Future Building. He ordered 20 boxes which completely stunned the chefs there. How did you know I would bring food? Brother-in-law never mistreats the people he cares for. Sun Xiaoro then pointed at the microwave on the desk. Also, nutrient supply doesn't need to be heated. Go back after you finish. We should arrive at the destination by midnight. Get a good night's sleep. We still have to do work down there tomorrow morning. Jiang Chen stuffed the pizza into the microwave as he spoke. Already sitting beside the table, Sun Xiaoro dangled her pale and delicate feet and grinned. What is brother-in-law saying? My room is right here. Don't be naughty. We have to get up early. Jiang Chen sighed and brought the 2 steamy pizzas back to the table. Then we have to sleep early. With her arms supporting her chin, Sun Xiaoro stared at the heated bacon pizza adorably, the soft tongue hid between her lips while she murmured ambiguously. Making sure you are full is the order of Sister Sama. Jiang Chen put down his fork, speechless. Looks like he can't eat dinner anymore. When night came, the soldiers dove into their sleeping bags before dozing off into dreamland. Inside the captain's room, Wang Xiaowu yawned as he confirmed the map for the last time before initiating cruise control. Then he pulled down the bed on the wall. The size of his room was too narrow and he was too lazy to go back and sleep. Therefore he made himself comfortable inside the sleeping bag there before his thunderous snore began to echo inside the room. AS order sailed above Cloud 9 steadily. Passing through Hang City, flying over the Yellow Mountain, and setting sail in the direction of Hucheng. Hucheng, located west of the Panyang Lake, was a relatively developed inland city of the Pac before the war. But after the nuclear war, everywhere was the same. Even the prosperous Wanghai could not escape the doomsday nuclear strike. But the people that lived here were more fortunate than the people of Wanghai. The invasion and nuclear strike all began in the coastal area, therefore they had time to scatter, enter into the fallout shelter or evacuate with the army to inland. Right now, on the desolated shambles. The rural area east of Hucheng, beside an abandoned concrete plant, a death claw was using its sharp claws to dissect the stomach of a survivor and used its long tongue with back spikes to lick the red organs. The person's eyeballs were dug out and from the still wimping mouth, he was not completely died. The pool of blood also proved this point. From the fresh red color, the death claw should have started to eat not long ago. Just then, a suppressive cloud arrived above the lucky death claw. The sunlight that suddenly disappeared pissed off the death claw having its meal, so it raised its neck slowly and looked to the sky. The amber-colored pupils suddenly contracted, the dumbfounded death claw even slowed its mastication. Boom, the air was instantly pierced. The dust scattered around the area and flew up 5 meters tall. Rounds of bullets were instantly unleashed and shredded the death claw along with the poor corpse into pieces. Kill confirmed. With his thumb moved away from the trigger, the soldier in front of the computer closed the safety and answered. Monsters are monsters after all. The death claw that could fight the power armor could not even last half a second from the trigger press of the pilot. Landing spot confirmed. Human signal detected in the nearby water treatment plant. Suspected to be a raider group. Best luck, Commander. Roger. Jiang Chen closed the radio. In the kinetic skeleton, he turned around and looked at the soldiers of his personal force. The soldiers were the elites of the army, led by Sun Xiaoro. Although there were just 10 of them, they each could use their equipment to easily take care of 5 times the foes. Okay, gentlemen, pay attention. Now below us is Hucheng. We don't know if the people in the water treatment plant are friends or enemies, we are going to meet them now. Remember the procedure. Open the safety, put your backpack on, and tighten your shoelaces. Understood? Understood. The soldiers of the General Protective Force stood straight and tall with fists holding the emblem in front of their chest. Now, let's depart. Then, Jiang Chen opened the valve to the hatch, and jumped out. What the foo *K, what is that? A man with a cigarette in his mouth peeked his head out of the window while nervously looking at the steel airship. AS order. What is that, why is the name ugly? A bald man was oiling his machine gun while cursing out. I have seen the NAC symbol before. They are from a base from Wanghai, another thug said. Psychos, why did they come so far? The cigarette man looked at the death claw shredded into pieces with lingering fear. The water treatment plant thug was a quite renowned raider group in the region. They occupied the water treatment plant and after they closed the valve that supplied water to the region, they sold purified water to the local survivors at a high price. At the same time, they were in the human trafficking business and occasionally robbed merchant fleets. Because of their strong combat ability, even Empire and Federation must be cautious and avoid in-depth interactions with them. The leader of the heinous villains was a woman. You guys are so rowdy. You don't even know how to patrol properly. Don't you know there is an important client coming today? A sluggish voice drifted from behind their backs, making the man drop his cigarette onto the ground in fear. Wearing a crocodile leather jacket, the hot figure barely hidden under the scraps of clothes, a woman with red hair casually strolled to the door. The sleeve of her jacket was stained with blood, just like her red nails. Her messy hair stuck together into chunks, her appearance could be described as a form of raunchy beauty. It was just that no one other than the raiders appreciated this form of beauty. The machine gun man kneeled at the wall, quickly scanned their leader's long legs before erasing his disrespectful look. The scorpion's nature was evil, promiscuous. But even then, this juicy meat was not something the small thugs could eat. The people fortunate enough to hook up with the venomous, female scorpion, were either important members of the clan, or at least strong and powerful. For example, the man behind her. His head was engraved with a centipede-long scar, the vicious triangular eyes scattered a bloodthirsty light. Jiang Xiaoyu, a lone traveler active in the Panyang Lake region, used a sniper rifle and mastered the art of dagger usage. He was hired by Wang Xie to act as her gunman. He would occasionally receive service from his employer, or make him and another man serve her. He never rejected the requests. Decency was something only a few lone travelers had. Everyone had their own standards, and his standard was just different from other people. Wang Xie's narrowed eyes stared outside the window. The sucker that died outside was the second in command of her clan. He was planning to overthrow and quarantine her. Fortunately, Wang Xie discovered his plot and killed it in its cradle. She used her nails to dig out his eyes before feeding him to the death claw. The red on her nails was not nail polish, it was bloodstains. But the death claw only started its meal before the poor guy escaped his agony. The airship that suddenly intruded disrupted her punishment to the traitor. The hailstorm of bullets shredded them into grounded meat. She had heard the name NAC before, but it was from the merchants and mercenaries heading east. From the respectfulness in their voice, it made Wang Xie feel slightly eerie, especially from the odd-looking airship. It made it even more difficult for her to understand the strength of the NAC. If it were another force that offended her, she would have taken her raiders to fight already. But for the unknown force, she chose to remain cautious. Something dropped down from that airship. The cigarette man pointed outside the window and shouted. The machine gun man along with his buddy looked lost as they stared at each other, not knowing what to do. Jiang Xiaoyu, go take a look from the top floor. If they approach without listen to the warning, take them out. Wang Xie ordered. The man nodded and silently headed upstairs with his sniper. With Jiang Xiaoyu as the sniper, Wang Xie felt assured. While the bullets from the sky were terrifying, they were not necessarily afraid enough to hide inside their bunker. Then, she opened the radio beside her ear and shouted crankily at the thugs of the water treatment clan. No. 6. Take the brothers out and ask why they are here. No. 5. Bring out our cannon and set it up. If they dare to flinch, shoot down that mofo in the air for me. Yes, ma'am. Stomp, stomp. 12 figures landed onto the firm ground with force. Jiang Chen stood up with his arms pressed against the ground. He moved his limbs covered with hardened steel and then pressed the digital screen on his right arm a few times. The hologram map expanded and the observation pod hung below the airship synced the aerial map of the water treatment plant to his control panel. Light ripples scanned across the map and marked the red dots. There were 142 people in total. Fortunately, they didn't install life signal jammers in the base. Jiang Chen and his force were wearing the newly researched K2 kinetic skeleton. Without decreasing the mobility, it maximized the defense of the external skeleton. In exchange, the cost of the K2 type was 4 times the K1 type. And because of this, only the general's private force was equipped with this type of kinetic skeleton. All units have landed. Sun Xiaoro walked beside Jiang Chen and spoke gently. Perfect. Jiang Chen was about to order to move forward when he suddenly saw a few red dots leaving the plant and approaching them. Jiang Chen raised a fist to signal the soldiers to be on alert. Not long after, 10 thuggish-looking people walked up. When Sun Xiaoro saw the appearance of them, she almost burst out laughing. Only a few wore a bulletproof vest, some had a piece of steel dangling in front of their chest, and even some's clothes were torn apart, not much better than hobos. As to the weapons in hands, they were mostly homemade rifles, common among survivors. The only weapon that looked okay was the assault rifle in their leader's hand. While infuriated by Sun Xiaoro's expression, 6 examined the equipment of these people and then glanced at the airship high in the air, and he intelligently controlled himself. Where are you all from? What's your purpose of coming to our clan's territory? Jiang Chen and Sun Xiaoro exchanged glances and communicated via the private channel. Jiang Chen, raiders. Sun Xiaoro, looks like it, should we fight? Jiang Chen, wait, I still need to ask them a few questions. 6 had a grave expression seeing that the two weirdos, equipped to their teeth, didn't speak. There was no one on the wasteland that dared to disrespect the water treatment plant clan like this. Even Empire and Federation with power armors in the city were respectful when they came to negotiate. Hello, my boss is talking to you. A muscular man with tattoos on his face stared Jiang Chen down viciously while shouting at him. The raiders were not afraid of the kinetic skeletons they are wearing. Even with the homemade rifles, as long as they are loaded with armor-piercing bullets could penetrate their armor, they are unfearful unless they encountered power armors. You're the boss of this place. Jiang Chen ignored the small pawn and looked at the person in the front, intrigued. No, not me. 6 thought about the man with his eyes dug out and his back was instantly covered in cold sweat, so he quickly clarified. But then, he met Jiang Chen's intrigued eyes. Fu *K, I'm asking where you came from. 6's expression suddenly froze. The black muzzle was pressed against his forehead. Jiang Chen looked at him expressionlessly and the Reaper assault rifle was in his hand. The sudden unexpected changes caught the raiders of the water treatment plant clan completely off guard. The thugs, seeing their boss was pointed at by a gun, immediately raised their rifles and entered a standoff with Jiang Chen's force. Our clips are loaded with armor-piercing bullets, do you want to try? 6 was dripping with cold sweat with both his hands raised, his calmness sounded forced. Jiang Xiaoyu, at the top floor of the water treatment plant, zoomed in as he didn't see how Jiang Chen pulled out his weapon. While he was shocked, the sniper rifle's crosshair locked onto Jiang Chen and he waited for his employer's order. Right now, Wang Xia standing in the water treatment plant had her arms crossed in front of her chest, her focus switched between the airship and the group with a gloomy expression. The turn of events surprised her, the opponent was way too confident. Jiang Chen didn't seem to mind his threat. Just as he was about to interrogate for some useful information, the voice of the airship communicator entered into his ear. We detected a 40mm cannon inside the plant. They are setting up the cannon and attempting to aim at us. On the 5th floor of the building directly in front, we detected an enemy sniper. Jiang Chen's expression turned into a sneer, he suddenly changed his mind about interrogation. If you're asking for death, then, go die. Other than the person I'm aiming at, take the rest out. Jiang Chen changed to the public channel and ordered the execution. Roger. The 4 gunners thousands of meters high in the air opened the safety after receiving the order. They pressed the trigger after locking onto the targets. 6 was secretively relieved seeing Jiang Chen didn't dare to shoot. Since the enemy is afraid to shoot, that means they are afraid of us. Boom, the screech of the sound barrier being broken instantly destroyed 6's confidence. The deafening bullets made his head dizzy. When the dust dispersed, he saw the cuts on his face from the shrapnel, the contemptuous smile, and the black muzzles. 6 couldn't stop shaking, but he couldn't even make a sound. Suddenly, he felt his pants were wet. The stained yellow between his legs made his face instantly turn to an ugly red. I already said, there is nothing to talk about with raiders. Sun Xiaoro let out a sigh and gently pulled out her gun. Regardless, we'll have to fight. If the hideous raiders didn't use the sympathy of the fallout shelter residents, the sisters wouldn't have been separated for so long. Leave a few alive, one is not enough. Jiang Chen advised the vicious-looking Xiaoro and signaled a soldier before pointing at the completely shocked hostage. The soldier with contempt walked forward and used his rifle to kick and drag the raider that wetted his pants onto the road. Then he took out a graphene handcuff and tied the sucker to a lamppost. There was smoke coming from the water treatment plant in the distance. The machine guns on the airship could clean out the thug clan that had the audacity to challenge them. Whether it was the sniper or the cannon hidden inside the bunker, they all could not escape the hailstorm of bullets. A grimacing smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he watched the black smoke rise. He then pressed on the radio of his helmet. Airdrop crew, prepare yourselves. Kill the bugs for me. Roger. Intense shaking came from the roof. Wang Xie used her hand to block the dust that had fallen from the ceiling while keeping her balance against the wall. Dry coughing, she opened her radio and screamed into it with a sharp voice. What are you all waiting for? Shoot them. Return fire. Yes, yes. The thugs immediately crouched beside the window and fired at the approaching figures with their weapons. Wang Xie gritted her teeth in fury. Her harsh face twisted together without any sense of beauty. 6 was captured. Jiang Xiaoyu on the roof probably didn't get too lucky either. While she agonized over the loss of her 2 fighters, she was beyond furious. They dared to fire without any warning. My 40mm cannon will *K you up. With teeth gritted, she waited for a while but the sound of the cannon firing didn't arrive. Wang Xie's face turned pale white. Could it be that they took out all 3 targets along with the 40mm cannon? Boss, what do we do? The cigarette man looked back at Wang Xie, shaking uncontrollably, with fear written all over his face. What can do we? They only have 12 people, fire. Wang Xie's order was mixed with a psychotic scream. She immediately turned around to run inside the plant. Her years of experience struggling on the wasteland told her that the power displayed by the airship was not something the thugs at the water treatment plant clan could resist. The ability to instantly lock onto the sniper and the cannon hidden in the shadows meant that the enemy must possess superior aerial observation capability. And her pawns. Only a bunch of lousy pawns. The bullets with orange sparking tails jumped between the water treatment plant and the empty ground. The NAC force used the assistive aim module inside the K2 kinetic skeleton to reap the life of the raiders inside the plant. At the same time, followed by the eerie blue light arcs, 10 T3 power armors descended from the sky. Based on this airdrop capability, the kinetic skeleton was no match for the metal giants. With control, the 10 pairs of steel boots stomped through the roof of the water treatment plant and directly invaded the top floor. The shockwave of the impact lifted the raiders up into the air and the firepower of the tactical rifles turned the bodies into pieces. Just a glimpse of interaction but Jiang Chen noticed 10 red drops disappeared on the hologram map. This is the airdrop platoon. The top floor is cleared out. Waiting for further instructions. Push down and clear the enemy targets on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd floor, Jiang Chen ordered. Roger. Followed by the weapons roar, they announced another round of slaughter. Because of the reuse value of the equipment in the water treatment plant, AS order didn't use weapons such as missiles to assist the combat. The 4 machine guns along with the 10 T3s were more than enough to take out the pawns. When Jiang Chen with his private force stepped inside the water treatment plant, the sound of firing began to scatter in the entire building. The raiders curled behind the bunkers all dropped their weapons at the face of the suppressive firepower. They ran and they surrendered. Jiang Chen fired the rifle while opening the speaker on the helmet. We will spare anyone that surrenders. Anyone else will be executed on spot. It was an order not only directed to the soldiers behind him, but also against the opposing raiders. Just in a short moment, the infamous water treatment plant clan bowed down at the feet of the NAC. The airship dropped a pod connected with graphene cables and transported down some of the infantries of the 3rd Division and some logistics personnel. They began to establish a military outpost on the empty plot of land beside the water treatment plant. At the same time, Jiang Chen's people gained complete control of the water treatment plant. Below a water tank, the airdrop platoon discovered the hidden Wang Xie. A knight wearing power armor dangled Wang Xie by the neck and threw her to Jiang Chen's feet. While Jiang Chen didn't agree with treating a lady with such brute force, he didn't feel any compassion for someone that committed such atrocities. He touched his chin, took out a notebook, and flipped to the page with information on the forces of Hucheng. He then examined the woman on the ground. You are the the leader of the water treatment plant clan. Wang Xie. Why do you have such a funny name? Wang Xie gulped while trembling in fear. Through her messy hair she saw the man in front of her with fear written in her eyes. With a heinous life, she knew she wouldn't have a good ending. Similar to the previous leader that was killed by her in bed, she knew she would be replaced by the next person. But she didn't expect the day would be here so quickly. She finally climbed up from being a despicable slave to her position today. She was still young. She didn't want to die. The fear in her eyes quickly turned into flattery. She used her hands and feet to crawl beside Jiang Chen. Just like a dog, she pleaded without any dignity. Please, please don't kill me, She had a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but quickly she gritted her teeth and the hesitation in her eyes changed into seduction. I can be your slave. My skills are great. I can definitely make you thrilled, she said while kissing Jiang Chen's shoes. Wang Xie's pleasing action took Jiang Chen a moment to process. He didn't think as the leader of a force, she could commit an action without any dignity. Contempt flashed across Sun Xiaorou's eyes. She gently closed her eyes, and the finger beside the trigger silently opened the switch. Smoke dispersed from the muzzle. Blood burst out from Wang Xie's mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed out of her mouth. Gradually, she stopped moving. A daunting blood hole was on her frail neck. Sorry, I misfired. Sun Xiaorou rolled out her tongue and closed the safety. Jiang Chen let out a sigh and kicked away the bloodstained face. Tell me before you fire. You stained my shoes. Whatever, there are plenty of captives. Inside the spacious basement, Jiang Chen saw water treatment plant clans' collections. Naked bodies watched from the cage without any spirit in their eyes. They didn't react to the strangers that stepped into the basement. Some were cuffed down and some were tied down to torture equipment. From the bloodstains on the equipment, it was not difficult to see the cruelty that happened there. It was no different than the basement of the Huizhong mercenaries. The raiders were typically associated with human trafficking and naturally, the hideous sex slave trade existed. The unfortunate women came from nearby fallout shelters, or survival camps, or from merchant fleets, or were lone travelers. The genetics of the 22nd century people were quite superb and it was difficult to see someone ugly. The collections included some gorgeous women, and the uncivilized raiders wouldn't give up the opportunity to enjoy them. Jiang Chen furrowed at the atrocities within the basement. The stink filled the air along with the smell of mold. It was nauseating. The boots felt sticky stepping onto the ground, the tiles on the floor reflected a greasy color and it looked like blood and fat that was unable to be washed away. It was a prison for the slaves. No one would clean this place. What do we do with them? If we can save them, send them to Fishbone Base welfare. If we can't, end their misery. Brother-in-law is compassionate. Sun Xiaorou gently whispered beside Jiang Chen. Am I compassionate? I'm just not committing unnecessary evil. Especially with so many single men in the NAC, this is also another part of the consideration. The men-to-women ratio on the wasteland were abnormal. While the birth rate was the same, the survival rate was completely not on the same level. Although the people that became the slaves of the raiders suffered greatly both psychologically and physiologically, with NAC's medical technology, and with proper care, they could eventually recover. The slaves recused from Huizhong mercenaries were mostly married by now. This included the wife of the 6th Street's director, Chu Nan. The people struggling in the apocalypse were not picky in some aspects. No need to explain. With hands behind her back, Sun Xiaorou grinned. Jiang Chen chose to stay silent. When they were alone together, she was surprisingly more active compared to being inside the mansion. Speaking with Sun Xiaorou subconsciously made the depressed feeling less noticeable. Jiang Chen strolled inside the prison before surprisingly discovering a man. The man was naked on top but was still wearing pants. He had a cut on his forehead and was chained to the chair, looking lifeless. From the redness still visible on his face, he didn't stay there too long. When the man noticed the noise outside, he immediately raised his head. When he saw that they were not the raiders, he immediately had an expression where he looked like he was saved. I'm thankful for the ideology of the Federation. Friends, thank you for saving me. You should be thanking the ideology of the NAC. I'm not from the Federation, Jiang Chen joked. The person's expression numbed for a split second before he laughed in awkwardness. Sorry, I thought. Wait, you are from the NAC? The man seemed to have suddenly realized something. He looked like Jiang Chen with an expression as if he just saw a ghost. That's right. Is there a problem? No, nothing. The man shook his head and smiled at Jiang Chen. I'm just surprised since Hucheng is 600 kilometers from Wanghai. The Federation did hear about the NAC before and said they are a powerful force. It is indeed true after witnessing what happened today. Even if you don't try to flatter me, I'll still let you go. Jiang Chen shrugged while joking with him, so, you are the sex slave of Wang Xie. Ji Yucheng was not a sex slave, he was a parliament member of the Federation. The reason why he was in prison, based on what he said, was due to an accident. Jiang Chen had been wondering about the Federation. In the modern world, his hometown was beside Hucheng. Because he visited it quite often, he thought it was just a small place. And in this small place, there existed two forces. Federation. Empire. Just from the names, it sounded much more authoritative than the NAC. Could it be that Hucheng in this world is bigger? But from the map, he didn't see much of a difference compared to the modern world. We are different from the evil empire, they are just bunch of raiders, thugs, or even mutated humans gathered together. We are superior to them in terms of technology and structure. The parliament member immediately became passionate when empire was brought up. Right now, he already changed into his previous suit and sat across from Jiang Chen in the building of the military outpost. Before the conversation started, Jiang Chen expressed that he was the captain of AS Order, representing NAC to discuss cooperation and trade. The parliament member immediately expressed his welcoming attitude when he heard Jiang Chen came with peace. He strongly recommended for Jiang Chen to work with the Federation and stay away from the evil empire. Is that so? Then I'll take what you have said for now. Jiang Chen nonchalantly wrote a few things on the notebook, spun the pen in his hand, and used the tip to tap on the table. I have one point I don't understand. In Wanghai, the mutated humans are the enemy of all survivors, we view them as equal to the cannibals. Why does Empire accept them? Jiang Chen first wanted to use the word tolerant, but he changed his mind. Ji Yucheng took a swig of the tea and savored the taste. He never drank such delicious tasting tea before. The fresh aroma was not something mutated tea could produce. When he heard Jiang Chen's question, disdain appeared but quickly faded from his eyes. Accept? Ha! Those bastards forgot the basics of human dignity. But they are not to be blamed. Raiders are raiders after all. Perhaps they sense something familiar from the mutated humans. We need objective information, Jiang Chen said in frustration. Ji Yucheng became more collected when he heard the annoyance in his voice. To put it simply, they establish rules on their own territory. For example, since mutated humans are naturally violent, they permit the mutated humans to use limited violence on inferior people, and refer to that as the intimacy of the family. Ji Yucheng scorned. That's a weird rule. If it were Wanghai survivors, they would have flipped the table and pulled out their weapons already. Wang Xiaowu standing on the side interrupted. The situation at Hucheng is different from your side. You are the primary battlefield before the war, where the concentration of mutants and the number of firearms left behind is much higher compared to our side. You probably noticed that the people of the water treatment plant clan all used homemade rifles, Ji Yucheng explained. How big is their territory? From the west bank of the lake all the way to Gan River. Half of the city is under their control. Population: 150,000. They control more than half of the Huqing survivors. Looks like you are weaker compared to them. Jiang Chen smiled. Ji Yuqing quickly added. That is not necessarily the case. They occupy the most fertile land, befriended the mutated human tribe, and put the shackles around normal survivors. While we are at an advantage in terms of equipment, they have a lot more people. And especially. The parliament member hesitated but then continued. They are discussing allowing cannibals to eat humans so they can join forces. Perhaps he thought his response was not objective enough, so he glanced at Jiang Chen before carefully added, of course, only cannibal slaves are permitted to be eaten. Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaowu were stunned. Are you not going to ask about the Federation? Ji Yuqing asked in a whisper. No. Jiang Chen negated him. We'll personally go and take a look. I'm willing to be your guide, Ji Yuqing said fawningly. We'll talk about this later. Jiang Chen waved him off in annoyance. Just then, Sun Xiaoro in her kinetic skeleton came inside the room. There are survivors outside of the outpost. They say they are ambassadors from the Federation. Is it Su Qingwei? Ji Yuqing's eyes lit up. Sun Xiaoro looked at Jiang Chen and received confirmation from his eyes. She then nodded. I think that's the name. He is the advisor for our president, I can introduce you to him. Ji Yuqing looked at Jiang Chen with his white teeth showing. He should be here to negotiate with the water treatment plant clan. But now that I'm saved by you, the ransom should belong to you. We don't think you can pay a lot of ransom. As the payment for saving you, I'm only going to ask you two things. Jiang Chen took out the notebook from his pocket, Quantum Computer Research Institute. Dr. Sunday. Unfortunately, Ji Yuqing couldn't give Jiang Chen a satisfactory answer. Dr. Sun was at the capital of the Federation, other than that he knew nothing. As to the Quantum Computer Research Institute, he never even heard about it before. But Advisor Su made up Jiang Chen's regret and gave satisfactory answers to both questions. The Quantum Computer Research Institute is located inside Empire and is controlled by Qingyun High Technology Park with security robots around the perimeter. Other than some quantum computer production technology and equipment before the war, there is nothing worth salvaging. To most of the survivors, the sophisticated quantum computer offered no value. Dr. Sun is currently living in Qingshan Arena, the capital declared by the Federation. Based on rumors, Dr. Sun is not a human, but instead a digitalized human. He has lived inside the arena for 18 years without any change to his appearance. The lone travelers and merchant fleets hold high praises about him, whether it is his medicine or his character. Very intriguing information. Jiang Chen nodded, pleased. Thank you for your cooperation, Advisor Su. My pleasure. The tall and slim man shook his head. He then scanned the door before lowering his voice. But in return, we hope you can do us a small favor. Go ahead. As long as I can help you. The head of Ji Yuqing. No problem. Wait, what did you say? He is currently in your hands, so it should be pretty easy for you, right? The glasses on his nose reflected a menacing light. The triangular eyes resembled a snake's. Su Qingwei put a stuffed bag on the table. There are 310 points of crystals inside. Mr. President wants to buy his life. 310 crystals. When Jiang Chen saw Su Weiqing putting the bag of crystals on the table, his mouth twitched and he resisted the urge to laugh. This was equivalent to a poor man asking a rich man, "Do you want to make $10?" Seeing as Jiang Chen had no reaction, Su Weiqing was silent before he took back the sack of crystals. Please consider it carefully. If you're willing to help us with this small favor, you'll gain the friendship of the president. The advisor of the Federation courteously bowed before departing. Jiang Chen deliberated the words of the advisor before making the decision not to execute Ji Yuqing. The guy was quite unlucky. He thought the people from the Federation were there to save him, but it wasn't a ransom they brought. Instead, it was money to purchase his coffin. It was also the president's executive order. News of the destruction of the water treatment plant thugs quickly spread. The local survivors all exercised enough caution toward the mysterious but powerful foreign organization, NAC. It was only when they discovered that NAC had no other motives and just built walls below the airship that they started to loosen up. The Boulder villages sent their men out and attempted to approach the camp. When they confirmed they weren't under attack, the local survivors started to interact with the soldiers in kinetic skeletons. They had to do that. Because of the sudden spike in the tribute, their water supply had been cut for a long time. While they were close to the Gone River, the water in the wasteland wasn't drinkable. This was due to the greenish-yellow cloud in the air. Without the ability to access purified water from the water treatment plant, they could only hope they had powerful stomachs to supplement the meager amount of distilled water. "We're hoping you could open the water valve of the water treatment plant. Our village has lost access to water for half a month. Of course, we'll pay." An elder in a gray jacket handed Jiang Chen a bug containing only a few crystals as he carefully asked Jiang Chen. He was the representative elected by the nearby village, the mayor of Hamster Village. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen didn't take the stuffed bag. Instead, he looked into the cloudy eyes of the old man. "Zhu Baojin," the elder replied prudently. "Okay, Zhu Baojin." Jiang Chen smiled, "Tell your villagers that NAC has occupied the water treatment plant. I don't need your crystals. If you want water, swear your allegiance." Jiang Chen handed him the NAC economic autonomous policy to him, sent him outside the military outpost and watched him escorted by two men with hunting rifles. While the rural area didn't have a lot of zombies, there were dangerous mutants here, like death claws for example. An elder without any combat ability wouldn't have come alone. Sun Xiaoro stood beside Jiang Chen and asked curiously. "Will they agree? They have no reason to reject." Jiang Chen laughed. "Our proposed conditions could be described as heaven-sent. NAC collected no taxes on agricultural products in the economic zone, and the governance of the economic zone was based on a mix of local governance and supervising representative. Is it?" With her finger on her lips, Sun Xiaoro smiled. "Speaking of which, brother-in-law, don't forget the primary purpose of this trip. Fallout Shelter 071, I know." Jiang Chen tousled Xiaoro's luscious hair. Sun Xiaoro closed her eyes while enjoying the warmth of his big hand. "Brother-in-law isn't mad at me, right?" "Mad at you? In the morning. I purposely shot that female raider." "I know." Jiang Chen didn't understand. "Didn't you feel pity?" Sun Xiaoro tilted her head. "Pity? She's the leader of a force. Did you not fantasize about humiliating her in front of her subordinates and enjoying the expression on her face?" Sun Xiaoro said all this with an innocent expression. "I'm not that monstrous." Jiang Chen facepalmed. "Eh?" Sun Xiaoro covered her mouth and made a surprised expression. "Huh, sorry, I'll make it up to you tonight." Seeing as Jiang Chen didn't say anything, Xiaoro patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Jiang Chen really couldn't scold her when she had such innocent-looking eyes. While the water treatment plant was abandoned for many years, most of the equipment inside was operating autonomously. However, when Jiang Chen attempted to open the water valve, he discovered the valve was stuck. After conducting an investigation with the drone, they discovered that below the membrane of the tank were the eggs of a mud crab. And the location of the valve happened to be clogged with the corpse of a mud crab. Mud crabs were extremely difficult to deal with and posed a higher threat than death claws in tight quarters. The sharp claws could even sever steel as they had a sturdy shell comparable to steel. With such a natural advantage, they didn't want to eat detritus anymore and began to feast on any living creatures approaching them. Based on the few bodies in the water, the raiders hadn't purposely hiked the prices, that was their temporary solution because they couldn't deal with the crabs. Under the command of Wang Xiaowu, 10 soldiers in kinetic skeletons entered the water tank, accompanied by 2 soldiers with flamethrowers and a few hummingbird drones to engage in fierce battle with the mud crabs. Reality soon proved that the mud crabs were far more difficult to deal with compared to the water treatment plant thugs who only bullied civilians. With hard shells, they weren't afraid of bullets and even forced the NAC team to retreat a few times. Jiang Chen then ordered the soldiers to unload a few combustion missiles from the airship. They stuck aluminum heating agents to them and dropped them with drones. The gate was shut tight. With the drones in position, Jiang Chen unleashed the missiles. What happened was obvious. When the soldiers broke through the scorching steel gate, the boiling water vapor burst out from the edges of the door and carried the aroma of cooked crabs. When the temperature cooled down, a few brave ones jumped inside with a net and took out the curled mud crabs. There were 30 in total. This made the food-loving soldiers particularly ecstatic. The logistics team on the airship was comprised of a few chefs who worked in the fishbone cafeteria. Since they killed so many mud crabs that couldn't be preserved for long, Jiang Chen ordered the chefs to set up a few giant pots in the middle of the campground, to the cheers of the soldiers. Along with a few boxes of alcohol taken from the water treatment plant, the soldiers enjoyed a nice treat. Mud crabs were one of the few delicacies in the wasteland. While the meat is poisonous, the crab roe is amazing. It smelled great and tasted soft, and it was rumored to make men last longer too. But the soldiers would have to solve their problems themselves since only Jiang Chen had the opportunity to take care of his needs. At night, around the giant pot, Jiang Chen, along with the soldiers of his private forces, ate the crab roe while chatting with Zhao Qiaowu. What do you think about Federation and Empire? Not much. Oh. They dare to call themselves Federation and Empire with such a small plot of land, it seems comical. Wang Xiaowu laughed. I don't disagree with you. Jiang Chen took a swig of the fruit champagne made on Coral Island. Why don't we use the hammer of order to give them a round? The 100-kilogram bomb could really make them re-evaluate themselves, Wang Xiaowu jokingly suggested. The 100-kilogram bomb was just like a meteor. If a 10-kilogram bomb could take out a vehicle, a 100-kilogram bomb could collapse a building. Jiang Chen only smiled. Airship diplomacy was part of diplomacy. If necessary, he would consider this. Not far away, Ji Yucheng, who was wanted by the president, also enjoyed some crab roe and alcohol. But despite the delicacy and booze, there was no smile on his face. Buddy, don't waste the booze. How about you give me half? The soldier beside him finished his drink and patted Ji Yucheng's shoulder with a grin, but Ji Yucheng's eyes were focused on the bowl. That's enough. General already said the soldiers patrolling at night and in the morning are only permitted to drink half a bowl. Take it easy. His comrade punched him on the shoulder and reminded him. The rules of the 3rd Division were no joke. Don't be so stingy. I was just joking. The soldier savored the taste of alcohol in his mouth as he spoke with displeasure. Ji Yucheng suddenly stood up and pushed the 2 bowls in front of them. You guys can have it. Then he walked straight to Jiang Chen, leaving the 2 dumbfounded soldiers behind. Mr. Jiang Chen, I need your help. Stopped in front of Jiang Chen, Ji Yucheng's head was lowered and his voice was even lower. Help? Don't you think the fact that I didn't exchange your head for some crystals already did you a huge favor? Looking at the gloomy Ji Yucheng, Jiang Chen smiled. Just 2 hours ago, he experienced defeat, falling from Cloud 9 to hell. He previously thought his president would pay the ransom in exchange for him. He hadn't imagined it was a conspiracy targeting him from the start. He thought carefully and realized how it was possible for lousy thugs to dare to execute a kidnapping on Federation's territory, if one permitted it to happen. When he thought someone wanted to take his life, he didn't leave NAC's outpost although he felt afraid. If his president wanted his life, he wouldn't be safe wherever he went. The raiders in the area were more and less associated with that man. Unless he escaped to Empire to become a slave, his only option would be to leave the region. He didn't just want to escape. He wanted to seek revenge on the people who stabbed him in the back. NAC was his last chance. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly said, "Just 3 days ago, I got drunk at the bar in the city, then I was taken outside of the city by someone. Do you think I want to listen to your story?" Jiang Chen was clearly struggling to make a decision. Finally, he made up his mind, took a deep breath, and said, "Are you not curious why they want my life? Because of power?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "Because of a secret." Jiang Chen looked intrigued. He looked at the wretched parliament member. "Oh. What secret?" "If you promise to kill Federation's president, and advisor, kill all the bastards and I'll tell you the secret." "You're too confident." "NAC isn't a killing organization," Jiang Chen ridiculed him. "But you're merchants, right? The vehicles of all the merchants from Wanghai have NAC's symbol." "That's not wrong." Jiang Chen put the alcohol aside and looked at him. "If you can convince me, I can even make you the president. But if you're just throwing me a hook to trick me into helping you, I'll regretfully tell you that there are no such good things in life." "A password," Jiang Chen said. "What password?" "The password to immortality." With Jiang Chen's response and the same money sack, Zhu Baojin returned to Hamster Village. He didn't say anything to his villagers who had hopeful faces. Instead, he gathered the villagers of the nearby survival camps for a short meeting. While they were still unsettled, the survivors accepted Jiang Chen's terms and expressed their willingness to join NAC to become an economic zone under NAC's jurisdiction, controlled by the military government. It didn't take long for them to feel glad to make the decision. Just as Jiang Chen promised, NAC didn't need deprived people like them to pay much dues. Aside from a team of NAC soldiers patrolling each village daily to purchase supplies like concrete, crystal, and mutated fruit, their lives were almost unaffected. Or rather, with NAC's presence, the number of raiders and mutated humans decreased drastically. On the 7th day after AS order arrived in Hucheng's rural area, a U-shaped airship landing tower was built on the empty plot of land between the military outpost and water treatment plant. At the same time, a second blimp arrived at the military outpost and brought along the first batch of supplies. The supplies included ammunition, living necessities, and food that made all the soldiers cheer. Even if the supplies were just compressed crackers, they'd be happy as long as it wasn't sour-tasting nutrient supply. In this depressing world, what else was more joyful than having a full stomach? The extra food was exchanged with local survivors. A box of compressed crackers could be exchanged for up to a bag of concrete, 10 crystals, or a full night of service from a survivor gal. NAC's rules didn't permit prostitution, but a willing trade between two parties was allowed as long as it took place outside of work hours. Since soldiers are humans too, being suppressed for too long could cause other problems. The survivors wouldn't eat the exchanged compressed crackers, they could sell them for at least 20 crystals in the city. Oftentimes, there was no supply at all. After the survivors gained approval from Jiang Chen, they established tents in front of the military outpost and formed a sizable market. Merchant fleets occasionally passing by would take a look to purchase useful goods. The blimp only stopped for 1 day at the outpost before carrying the 54 female slaves rescued from the prison back to Wanghai. With the arrival of the second blimp, the major forces in Hucheng all took on a cautious attitude. They previously thought NAC was only passing by, but with the establishment of an outpost and arrival of supplies, they looked like they planned to stay. Both Empire and Federation sent scouts to the military outpost. They scattered throughout the market and closely monitored the actions of the foreigners. Inside the city, Presidential Palace. NAC has only 500 people in their forces, but their equipment is extremely sophisticated with at least one kinetic skeleton per person. Inside the old office, Su Chenwei reported to the president. What about power armors? Do they have power armors? Sitting on the chair belonging to the president, Li Jinping asked what he was most concerned about. Since they inherited the power armor belonging to the land forces, Federation wasn't at a disadvantage against Empire's human flood tactics, they were also Federation's strongest combat units. Su Qingwei thought before replying. They also have power armors, but they don't look like they are produced from before the war. They look handmade. Therefore, their combat ability is inferior to ours. Not necessarily. They also have a steel airship with an unknown purpose. Li Jinping scoffed. What age is this? Who still uses junk like an airship? Who would give them the opportunity to fly above their heads? Not to mention the anti-air machine guns, even a cannon could take that thing out. Is Mr. G dead? We don't know, NAC hasn't contacted us yet. We also cannot infiltrate the military outpost, Su Weiqing said. Qingshan Arena, the palace, at the highest point of the stand. Emperor, we already detected that the NAC forces located at the water treatment plant have around 500 people. They are equipped with advanced technology. The retro-looking man had one knee on the ground while he reported to the man sitting in the gold chair. I want to know the combat abilities of that airship. The man in the golden chair had his legs crossed, giving off no emperor vibes at all. Just like Ji Yuqing said, they were just a bunch of raiders 10 years ago who now just expanded. Although they used palace and dragon suit to disguise their past, these words didn't change their nature. Looking at their words and actions, the discord was evident. We don't currently know. The Empire put his leg down and stood up, smashing the chair. Pass my order, gather the elders to discuss a strategy. Roger. Fallout Shelter 071, located in Hucheng, stood in the barren land south of Wuyang town near the small hill by the Fu River. It had a depth of 1,000 meters. Precisely speaking, the geological formation of the area wasn't suitable for building deep fallout shelters, but the project was approved before 2150. At that time, the global situation was trending positively with rapid developments in aerospace technology. All the countries were working together and no one believed in war. The local government only built the shelter in order to meet the targets set by PAC. It wasn't until 2155 when the local government realized the fallout shelter project was no joke that they reinforced some of the poorly made ones used to meet the target. By 2160, Hucheng finally built enough fallout shelters with a capacity of 10 million people. On the way to the fallout shelter, the abandoned maglev train was still visible. The place was covered in grass and weeds with thorns tangled around the track. The wolves hiding in the dark scratched their sharp claws and exposed their fangs at the approaching NAC soldiers. Is this the hometown of Sun Jiao? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly while staring at the stone sign corroded by acid rain. The letters Fallout Shelter 071 and PAC were no longer clear. The sheds around the train station still showed the marks of bullets and combustion. You could say that since we were born in this fallout shelter. Sun Xiaoro's face was pensive as she gently caressed the stone sign. Just like touching a tomb of the deceased. The tomb belonged to a civilization. General, be careful. Li Wang noticed the wolves hidden among the bushes. He raised his rifle along with two other private force soldiers and stood in front of Jiang Chen and Sun Xiaoro. Aho! The pack of wolves realized they were noticed. They jumped out howling with their bloody mouths wide open. The soldiers pressed the trigger calmly and turned the wolves into nothing. Good job. Jiang Chen patted Li Wang on the shoulder. But make sure you remember to call me captain here. Yes. Li Wang nodded. Guard the door. We'll be out before night. Jiang Chen noticed it wasn't noon yet and instructed the soldiers behind him. Li Wang looked troubled at being left outside. I have to disobey the order, I'm responsible for your safety. What danger could there be in an abandoned fallout shelter? There will probably only be a few mutated cockroaches at most. But, no buts. This is an order. Seeing Jiang Chen's decisive attitude, Li Wang had to comply. He organized the soldiers to position the vehicles in front of the door and created a temporary blockade. He agreed with Jiang Chen that if Jiang Chen wasn't out by 6 in the evening, he'd bring people down for support. The reason why he didn't take people down wasn't because of his confidence in his own abilities but because of considerations. The secret to immortality was destined to only be controlled by a few. Fortunately, the elevator was still functional. It took half a minute before the elevator stopped at the bottom. Jiang Chen then saw the gate to Fallout Shelter 071. Every Fallout shelter had a different design, but the structures were mostly the same. The gear-shaped gate was wide open. From the thick dust on the ground, the place had been deserted for a long time. A body against the door was wearing a blue uniform. From the bloodstain on the chest, the person must have died of a gun wound. The raiders' attack was unexpected. The director ordered security to attack back, but a man-made fire made everything turn into chaos. Sister ran outside and encountered a PLA female warrior when she wandered around the shambles. Sister must have told you all this. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. Retro-ideologists, in the Hua area, they were organized under the previous flags and strictly forced themselves to abide by glory and virtue. They attempted to recreate the magnificent country in these shambles. But up until now, Jiang Chen still hadn't seen them. What about you? Sun Xiaoro shook her head. It happened too long ago, my memory of that incident is cloudy. I just vaguely remember, it was the Dusk Church who took me in. If it's a sorrowful past, don't think about it, Jiang Chen said quietly. Brother-in-law is so gentle. Xiaoro smiled, I'm so envious that sister met you first. Let's get moving. Jiang Chen dry coughed to mask the awkwardness. He raised his gun and walked into the Fallout shelter first. With her finger tapping her lips out of habit, Sun Xiaoro's mouth was curved up with joy. She then slid down the graphene glasses on the helmet and followed. The Fallout shelter was completely dark inside without even basic lighting. The nuclear fusion fuel rod was used up a long time ago and the two could only use the headlights on their helmets. The layout is similar to Fallout Shelter 027. Jiang Chen picked up a diary and brushed the dust off. Last entry. Looks like we bombed UA back to the Stone Age. Unfortunately, we are in the same boat. He put the diary on the table nearby. With his rifle loaded, he continued to press forward. Screech, a sharp screech broke out through the darkness. Jiang Chen immediately turned his rifle to lock onto the source of the sound only to discover a few fat rats squeezed into the corner. They're mutated rats. Unless they're very hungry, they typically won't attack humans, Sun Xiaoro said. We should still be careful. Jiang Chen let out a sigh and opened the life signal detector on the helmet. The big crab even ate people. While it was in the distant past, since she lived there for a long time, Sun Xiaoro still had memories of the layout of the Fallout shelter. Due to a lack of electricity, the elevator inside the Fallout shelter wasn't functional. The two of them chose to use safety stairs instead. The dark corners hid unknown dangers, but they were lucky to encounter merely a cow-sized mutated spider and nothing more dangerous. Their kinetic skeletons were too strong for the fangs of the spider. Its giant mouth suddenly attacked him from the darkness, making Jiang Chen jump before the unlucky spider's head was chopped off by Sun Xiaoro's dagger. After taking care of the fluid on his arm, he discovered only shallow teeth marks on the armor covering his left arm. To prevent accidents from occurring, when he passed by the spider web, Jiang Chen crushed all the spider eggs. Finally, the two of them arrived at the office of the director in the deepest part of the Fallout shelter. Everything related to the Fallout shelter was recorded there. As the brain of the Fallout shelter, the electricity system was independent from the exterior, it was supplied by a separate battery. I don't understand one thing, How did Federation know the password? It was obtained by a small parliament member and their president felt the need to shut him up, Jiang Chen said while typing the password into the terminal. Yet Federation's president, who knew the password, didn't come here after all this time. Sun Xiaoro pondered. Could it be that they don't know the location of the fallout shelter? It doesn't look like it. Sun Xiaoro shook her head. The moment the door of the office was opened, a light on the wall lit up and sent the darkness away. At the same time, a gentle female voice entered their ears. Thank you for using fallout shelter technology. Fallout shelter technology will do its best to serve you. What's going on? Jiang Chen pulled out his rifle and cautiously pointed at his surroundings. The power system reactivated? That's impossible, the fallout shelter should be out of power already, staring at the screen on the wall, Sun Xiaoro muttered. The two waited for a long time at the door with their rifles pointed at the entrance not far away. But after a long wait, there was nothing. Someone entered the power room to replace the fuel rod? That's impossible. Li Wang is guarding the entrance of the fallout shelter, no one should have been able to come in. Jiang Chen put the rifle behind his back. He took out a drone terminal from the storage dimension and placed it behind a wall. 10 hummingbird drones flew out from the hive and hovered around the walkways. Why did you take out the drones? Sun Xiaoro was curious. It feels eerie being so empty inside. Let the drones guard us. We can search for useful information in the meantime. Jiang Chen set the patrol order on the terminal, scanned the dark entrance, and walked toward the door. When he passed through the metal door, he saw a skeleton in a director's uniform. There was a pistol along with a diary beside him. It looked like a suicide. Someone came here before us not long ago. Sun Xiaoro used her gun to poke the chest of the skeleton before she spoke with her eyebrows furrowed. Why do you say so? Jiang Chen picked up the diary on the ground. These clothes, don't you find something odd about them? What's odd? The office of the director is the command center of the fallout shelter. The door we just passed by has a UV bacteria cleansing device installed, making this room free of bacteria. Inside a sealed environment without bacteria, the decomposition of bodies is extremely slow. While 10 years is a long time, it's not long enough for his body to have become this, Sun Xiaoro said. It made sense. While 10 years was a long time, the body shouldn't have decomposed to this extent. And based on Sun Jiao's memories, the director should have been in the camp above ground, leading security forces in fighting the raiders. There was no reason for him to be there. For some reason, someone dragged the body of the director from the surface back down to the shelter. Or maybe they used some other body and just changed the body into the director's uniform. Jiang Chen examined his surroundings, attempting to look for some clues from the environment. Unfortunately, he didn't possess any detective skills. Someone came here, moved the body of the director here, and took something out, Jiang Chen muttered while looking at the diary in his hands. And also left this diary. That's the only explanation. With her finger on her lips, Sun Xiaoro's eyebrows knitted together. Perhaps Federation's president came here already and changed the fuel rod in the power room when he came. That's why the fallout shelter suddenly lit up when we activated the door to the director's office. Since he already got what he wanted here, then he naturally wouldn't mind Ji Yuqing leaking the password and just wanted to kill him to protect the secret to eternal life. But that doesn't make sense. If he really wanted to keep that a secret, there was no reason for him to leave a diary as a clue. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought staring at the diary in his hands. He pulled out a chair to sit down and flipped the diary open. He was surprised to discover the bottom of each page was blocked out by dark squares in black pen. The dates were artificially hidden for some unknown reason. This feeling is inexplicable. It feels as if civilized society entered a forest and the outside is completely dark to us. In order for us to survive, we have to strangle our own throats, stuff our ears to not make any sounds, and distrust any information that could be fake. Until we reach the year the lock expires, the door of the fallout shelter won't open. He did show me a signed document from my superior. Since I was bored, I agreed to his request. The one condition I set was not to endanger the lives of the fallout shelter residents. As the director of the fallout shelter, that's my duty. It was ridiculous. While I'm the director, that doesn't mean I have the authority to do whatever I want. He threatened me and said this is the highest order from my superior. Once the fallout shelter is locked down for the long term, the plan must be executed. If I reject the order, it would be viewed as treason. I unwillingly told everyone that the survivors on the list were diagnosed with a dangerous genetic disease. They'll be forced to enter the hibernation chamber to wait for future treatment. There is a little girl on the list. It's too cruel to take away the child from her parents, so I took her name off the list. Did I do a good deed? Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed without causing massive panic in the fallout shelter. The XXX experiment officially began, and all the frozen popsicles in the hibernation chambers are his experiment subjects. I discovered in a confined environment that people are far more fragile than they think. We can't drag this on any longer. We have to leave this place. Once this place reaches the lowest possible standard of confinement, we'll leave. The darkness is suffocating. There were many pages torn from the diary, and it only recorded the first 2 years after the fallout shelter closed. But just from the brief sentences, Jiang Chen still managed to decipher the information hidden in this diary. Another observer. Academician Qin was one too. He used Fallout Shelter 027 to simulate changes in a civilization in an isolated environment. He began suspecting that all the fallout shelters performed near-crazy experiments. Xiaoro. Jiang Chen put down the diary and deeply inhaled. Do you still remember life in the fallout shelter? Most of my memories are cloudy, but I remember everything about Sister clearly. Sister was really cute back then. It's not about Sun Jiao. Do you remember that a lot of people went missing 1 year? Sun Xiaoro shook her head and facepalmed at Jiang Chen's question. Brother-in-law, notice the time. The diary recorded that the experiments were completed 1 year and 9 weeks after the closure. I wasn't born yet. Jiang Chen took a moment to process that before he realized. He closed the diary and stood up. It's getting late. Since there are no clues here, it's time to go. Sun Xiaoro still wasn't convinced. She searched the office carefully but still couldn't find any useful clues. She gritted her teeth and had a defeated expression. Looks like we came here for nothing. Not necessarily. Jiang Chen patted the diary. We still managed to find some useful information. The diary might not be true. Both the location of the diary and the obvious changes make it look too coincidental, Sun Xiaoro reminded him. I know. Jiang Chen nodded. But this is the only clue. We just need to find that observer, if he's alive. The whereabouts of the observer weren't recorded in the diary. Perhaps it was recorded originally but ripped out. If he wasn't dead, the secret of immortality should be in his hands. But when he thought about that, Jiang Chen began to have a headache. It was more difficult to find someone in the wasteland than fighting the mother of Deathclaws. Before they left, Jiang Chen and Sun Xiaoro went to the power room and hibernation center separately. Just as Sun Xiaoro suspected, someone came to the fallout shelter to install a new fuel rod for the place. The person even lived there for an extended period of time, but for some reason, or perhaps because he reached his goal, he left. And it had been years. After he left, he shut down power to the fallout shelter until Jiang Chen entered the password at the terminal to finally wake up the dormant fallout shelter 071. Immortality, or at least extending life, is part of the intergalactic colonization plan, although it isn't necessary. The Dusk Church attempted to take me here, and they did get here. But because they didn't know the password to the office, they could do nothing about the things inside. Could the door not be blown open? Jiang Chen asked. Based on what Han Junhua said, the door of the office at Fallout Shelter 027 was opened through force. Not unless it was permitted by design. Otherwise, even if you blew up the entire Fallout Shelter, you might not even blow open this room. Sun Xiaoro sighed. Jiang Chen processed that information and shook his head. This is too dark. He was referring to both this place 1,000 meters below the surface and the Fallout Shelter itself. Sun Xiaoro grinned and continued the topic. The church finally did collect some interesting clues outside the Fallout Shelter. For example, the experiments of the observer and the director refusing to continue with the experiment involved a girl. The girl took off the list mentioned in the diary. It's possible. Sun Xiaoro nodded seriously. Since she was chosen as an experimental subject, there should be something unique about her. Observer, girl, only these two clues. Jiang Chen searched through the entire Fallout Shelter without finding the lab mentioned in the diary. Sun Xiaoro carefully sifted through her memories from when she was young and had no recollection of the lab at all. The horrific experiments conducted by the observer were brought to the grave along with the abandonment of Fallout Shelter 071. But aside from the secret to immortality, the two also found some interesting stuff. One experimental quantum computer, a taken-apart soilless plantation device, and some stuff only available in the Fallout Shelter. It was a pleasant surprise to find a quantum computer there, as most of the abandoned Fallout Shelters had been razed through by scavengers. The electronic parts and special material of the quantum computer could be used for weapons. Since the quantum computer hadn't been uncovered by scavengers, that meant it was hidden well. The two took a stroll in the Fallout Shelter. After confirming there was no other useful stuff, they left marks on the items that needed to be moved. Along with the diary, Jiang Chen and Xiaoro stood in the elevator as they returned to the surface. When he pressed the start button, he raised his left arm and glanced at the time on the EP. It was precisely 6. When they arrived at the surface, the soldiers all went to greet him. "General, if you didn't come out just now, we would have gone down." Li Wang was relieved when he saw Jiang Chen. "It's already this late." Jiang Chen looked up. The day had turned completely dark. It looked like it was about to rain. "What are you planning to do with the Fallout Shelter?" Sun Xiaoro asked. "Temporarily take control of the place, and at least maintain an inspection station here, as well as a cemetery," Jiang Chen said while scanning the bodies all around. With a gracious smile, Sun Xiaoro gently nodded. "Aha." He ordered Li Wang along with 5 soldiers to guard the place as Jiang Chen entered the vehicle and returned to the military outpost. Before dark, a helicopter would arrive, bringing supplies and backup. Qingshan Arena, the capital of Empire. In the beginning, Empire wasn't called Empire but had a plain name, Qingshan Survivors Gathering. The people there were nowhere close to nice, they occasionally did some mercenary work while being raiders in the dark. But the villages west of Gan River formed an alliance and referred to themselves as Federation. They elected a president through voting and established a wireless base station to launch propaganda at nearby residents. The survivors at Qingshan saw this, used the opportunity to clear their name and adopted a different name. With the principle that they would never be inferior to their archenemy, Federation, they referred to themselves as Empire. Using the ideology of rebuilding civilization, and promoting openness and freedom to attract merchants and population growth in the region, Federation gradually became a wealthy gathering spot. But with the increase in traffic, loose laws, corruption, and crime prospered there and spread to every corner of Federation like a plague. Everything there could be bought with a clear price tag. Whether it was the position of president or the head of a parliament member. The contrary was true for Empire. With their origins as raiders, they had the thug tradition all along, so they took the route of centralized power. They gathered a group of raiders and gave stocks to powerful mercenaries, then they accepted the mutated humans tribe as their own. People with histories of crime could become accomplices to share power while the honest could only work hard. The clear social structure was simple, yet it established a primal power pyramid. As for who would be the emperor, patrilineal succession would definitely not work. Otherwise, the bosses of the raiders and mercenaries wouldn't be pleased. Then who should be the emperor? The first leader was an intelligent leader. He dug out the crown abdication system, one, embedded deep in history. Everyone could be the emperor, and everyone took turns being the emperor. Federation and empire. It was hard to say who was more heinous and who was more civilized. Since this was the wasteland, it was a dumpster. This is the history of empire and federation. A mercenary with a PK-2000 rifle on his back took Zhao Baodong to pass through the gates while explaining the history. Zhao Baodong, an ex-Qingpu survivor. He joined Fishbone Base with the Hunter Division and cleared out the bacterial source with Jiang Chen long ago. But he wasn't as well off as his friend Ma Zhongchen. That guy already became the head of the Hunter Division, and he was only the captain of a reconnaissance platoon. He couldn't be blamed since he made the wrong decision from the beginning. The first survivor community Jiang Chen visited was his, and what did he do? Not only did he reject the proposal to fight with him, but he took out a recoilless cannon and asked Jiang Chen to leave. Jiang Chen didn't seek responsibility from him in the end. While a gun was pointed at Zhao Baodong, he cooperated. Without the Qingpu survivors, the X2 bacteria source couldn't have been eliminated by the power armors alone. If he could achieve success in his missions, he thought he could get promoted. Therefore he requested to go to Hucheng and boarded the supply blimp with the reconnaissance platoon. After he entered the gate, he stood in front of the arena. The mercenary eyed him, the guard with a homemade rifle also looked at him. Zhao Baodong immediately took out 4 grain-sized crystals from his pocket with a smile and stuffed them into the guard's hand. He then pointed at the mercenary beside him. Together. Without saying anything, the guard tossed the crystal on the detector, and the number stopped at 4. Zhao Baodong looked reminiscent, watching the number jumping up and down on the crystal detector. The 6th Street hadn't used this equipment for a very long time. The entire Suong province had no trace of this device at all. People all used NAC's credit points to purchase goods, so crystals became a product instead. That was why a lot of soldiers were unwilling to be sent here. Compared to the advanced Wanghai, this was an undeveloped mountainous range. Still, without speaking, the guard waved his gun and looked at the survivors behind the two of them. The mercenary beside Zhao Baodong immediately dragged on his sleeves to signal he could pass. Do we not need to hand in our weapons when we enter the city? No need. You only need to do that when you enter the palace, the mercenary said. Palace? Zhao Baodong paused for a second. It's right there. At the end of the hall, the mercenary pointed at the highest point of the arena. Stepping into the open arena, an explosion of scenery instantly entered his vision. The wide field had no grass on it. Instead, it was replaced by markets, houses, and even fruit gardens. The place was surrounded by natural walls guarding the place like city walls. On the tall stand was Empire's flag. This was the capital. Worth mentioning was that the arena of the 22nd century was much bigger compared to the 21st century. It was comparable to a 9-hole golf course. Including the area underground, the arena could hold a total of 50,000 people. This was the center of Empire. Thank you, buddy. If there's anything you don't need, you can find me at the bar. Before I accept new mercenary missions, I'll be there. The mercenary waved at him and disappeared down the street. Based on their agreement, Zhao Baodong would pay a 2 crystal gate tax and the mercenary would bring Zhao Baodong here while giving him a vivid history lesson. It was extremely worth it for Zhao Baodong to purchase such valuable information with just 2 crystals. While the mission budget was generous, it was better to use crystals at critical points. He took a piece of paper from his pocket and confirmed the task Jiang Chen gave him for the last time before he headed to the hostel. He needed to find a place to stay to organize the information he already gathered, then he would transmit the information wirelessly to the military outpost.